All righty. Hello, everybody. Hey, Lime Green Machine. I look slay. Thank you. It's cold but warmer than yesterday. That is good. Love your hair. Thank you. I just cleaned it and I tried something new with it, which is why it's kind of all wavy and bunchy. Or a little bit wavy and bunchy. God, I didn't even talk about the fucking. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking up so much stuff, or I have so many things like set and ready to go for streams, and I put down anything I come across that I want to talk about on stream. So actually going through everything is always a challenge. Go. Oh yeah, I did want to bring that up today really quick before I do that. Yes, if you could, instead of any donos today, there's a member of our community that needs help with some financial assistance. So if you could, instead of donating to me, and I know some people will probably come in late and not hear this, but I would appreciate the British accent jump scare. Did I do a British accent jump scare? Min-Max put out a combination of footage. Rad. But yes, please, Ko-Fi. Awesome Stella over on Twitch has the link in the chat. Hi, Nehemia. Sorry, just catching up. Maddie online. DD got a Hassan mention today on stream. That's pretty cool. Yeah, let me see. All righty. Okay, yeah. Sorry. You've triggered me into just simply talking like this for the entire time. All righty then, chat. How are we doing today? Sorry, mate. What was I doing? See, now I started thinking about British things. I was just like, okay, British accent, be in a British place, and I was just thinking, what's British stuff? Castles, blood pudding, Doctor Who, pedophile princes. It got to a really dark place fast, which is what happens when you think about Britain. Mushy peas. Yeah, there you go. God, what was I fucking doing? Oh, yeah, right. Beans on toast. There's another one. I'm so excited for my rest of the snow I'm getting in Mancha. Oh my gosh. Go turn up your heater. Go turn up your heater. Stay warm, Stella. Really quick, yeah. I guess I'll just start. Browntown Reviews, thank you for subscribing. Graham Huck, thank you for subscribing. Was that? Okay, well there's a weird burst. I'm just looking back through the mini feed, and there was a weird burst of follows like 40 minutes ago. Did that coincide with his? I don't want. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I know this makes me a bad leftist, and this fucks with the narrative of everybody said that I'm like Hassan Orbiter or anything, but I don't actually watch Hassan. I'm sorry. That's about when Hassan was talking to me. Okay, cool. Oh, Rick, thank you. My pearls are officially clutched. If I had pearls, I would be clutching them. Oh, damn it. I need to repaint my nails. Nobody look at my fingers. My nails are terrible right now. Actually, you know what? I need to get my never mind. Why am I talking about this on? I'm in a weird, very weird headspace right now. I will say that. So because I was going to, um, I was going to, like, record because I finished, I went through and edited final draft of the Floating Rocks piece with American McGee. And that might actually be a pretty, a longer video than I thought. Like, I think I had just started writing at several points and it just kind of expanded and retracted and like, I think that might be like a 45+ minute video, which I did not expect when I set that out. But then I was going through today because I was going to actually record today. And I went through, I did my final editing draft of that script. And it's one of those scripts that I read back and I'm like, oh, I kind of cooked here, actually. I think it's a really good one. The Trump Reaper, what editing app do you use? So it depends on what I'm doing. But I use both CapCut and what the fuck is the other one? Sorry, I'll just look at my desktop. CapCut is one that I learned from my friend Lana B. The one I use is VideoPad Video Editor, which is like it's very baseline, like the most stripped. It's basically GIMP. I mean, I had to pay for a license for it, a very cheap license especially compared to like Adobe. But it's basically like the GIMP. What GIMP is to Photoshop, I would say VideoPad is kind of to Adobe Premiere. Because when I learned video editing, I learned in Adobe because I was editing for a company at that time, so I had people who could buy me licenses and shit, and I didn't have to worry about the hundreds of dollars. But yeah, CapCut is actually really good for effects and stuff. And I don't do a lot of, because it's a lot of like back and forth editing. But for example, if you go watch the video I did, the nostalgia video a couple months ago, all of the cool editing tricks and stuff, so much of the stuff I did there was CapCut. And I learned about CapCut from my friend Lana B, who used it for their documentary when we went to the LA protests. But yeah. DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci? Nice fit. Thank you very much. Whispering Wallaby. I unfortunately, so I have this thing where I can't do a very good or consistent Australian accent, but I also can't pronounce the word wallaby correctly. I can only pronounce it in Australian accent. So it's a weird, it only happens with that accent. Actually, that's not true. I also can't say, make it a pizza without kicking into the Italian. Shrip and Dritz, thank you for following. Chat isn't on screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. All right. I cook it a pizza. Hey. Yeah, Queer Cranium. That, like, I can't fucking believe these people. As soon as I fucking finally get my ass in gear and start using TikTok to like spread the brand and spread the love, these motherfuckers, I can't believe they take this shit over. Like, whatever. I make it a cause explode. I don't pay the taxes. Oh. Sup, gamers. Hey, Anarchaley. I'm in hinted. Pose for the camera. Well, I can't show that. I can't show that on stream with you freakos. All right, let me hit an actual pose. See, okay, this is now embarrassing. Because usually I have like the ability to make mistakes when I hit a pose, and I'll be able to take a picture and be like, oh, I didn't like that, but let's just do. Is that good for you? Yet. OELQ, what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Explain that. Mama Meffy, I've got 60K followers on TikTok. I'm working on diversifying because the new owners are making it awful. Any advice for making it on YouTube? Yeah, consistency. Consistency is the number one thing, and pushing people towards your platform. Don't feel if you are a content creator for a job and you are trying to start out. I know a lot of people feel, and I've felt this too. You hesitate because you think it might sound overbearing to show your stuff or be like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber and share your channel. What? Am I just not giving you enough attention? Okay, I'm gonna give her food real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty. She is such a drama queen. Hey, no, sit, stay, lay, lay. Lady, look at me. Look at me. Lay. Lay down. Come on. No. Lay. Oh, you're such a little butt. Yeah. She's adorable. Steal other people's ideas and make them your own. I mean, no, I wouldn't say that. Oh, yeah. Let me, I wanted to get back to the question about, oh, sorry, somebody tagged me. You should make muscle mommy pics later for the other website. I probably should. I need to take more pics. So again, if you don't know, I have an OnlyFans. It is, I should preface by saying this, it's non-nude. I just do boudoir cosplay photography, so it's not anything explicit. God damn, I need to finish setting up my Fansly though. Whatever. But the black cat cosplay I did, those photos should be running out soon. Stay. Look at me. Look at me. Stay. You stay. And so I do need to take another photo set. Oh, thank you, Outlaw Witch. I'm happy you had a reasonable return to Silent Hill take. I'm a survivor of SA, and a friend of mine who's a survivor of incest SA both found the movie a very moving reinterpretation of the story. Seeing all the bad-faced misinterpretations online has made me go crazy. Yeah, so when I first heard the news, and I'll try and stay away from spoilers because we probably have Silent Hill fans in here. When I first saw the kind of connective tissue and some of the stuff come out about Angela, I had a pit in my stomach because I was like, oh no, I can't, I love Angela's story. So many people do. For a lot of people, even though the story is about James, for a lot of people, Angela is kind of the heart of the story because I explained all this stuff to Koa on the way home. Because between James and Eddie and Angela, you have this kind of spectrum of people who deserve, to varying extents, to be in Silent Hill, or to be going through their personal hell. And Angela is the person that doesn't. Angela is an innocent who gets punished for the way her trauma affects her. And that's the fucked up part of her story, is that she can't let go of these things that were done to her because they are so deep and scarring that the town itself draws her in. At least that has always been my interpretation of it. Whereas Eddie does deserve to be tormented there. And then James is kind of like depending on how you interpret that story and depending on the ending you get, is kind of in the middle of those two, right? It is, and so the way that Angela's story was reinterpreted, I thought was kind of fascinating and in some ways kind of brilliant. Ooh, I do kind of want to see that. Awesome, Stella. Would you be able to save that for later? Because I'm on a Wolfenstein. I saw somebody Wolfenstein subscribe. Thank you for subscribing. But I'm on a Silent Hill tangent. I can't really do anything with Silent Hill. I had too much happen when I was young. That's fair. Survived a hell of a lot. I mean, you might find it more cathartic than you might think. It is the reason so many people really have gravitated towards Silent Hill, and I think have so many. I as somebody with strong reactions to Silent Hill, and a strong love for the series, I completely understand why other people do too. Is Silent Hill on fire to Angela? I mean, it depends on how you interpret that. Because I think one of the things that I appreciate again about this movie, and I think Christoph Gans, I was seeing a lot of people be like, oh, he doesn't understand Silent Hill. But the thing I think, he's the only Western creator I've seen who, like, very obviously, especially with this one, was looking to David Lynch for influence, just like the original Team Silent was. This movie has so much stuff that I'm like, that's so weird. That's so odd. From like slightly line reads to color choices to grading choices. And I'm like, and it snapped for me like halfway through when you're exploring the town and stuff and all of these fucking weirdos. Oh, he's looking at David Lynch for influence. He's looking at not just David Lynch, but a lot of Japanese horror for influence, like in terms of the cinematography, in terms of the storytelling. And so I was like, exactly, yeah, Outlaw Witch. Gans has actually seen the other works of art SH is inspired by, not just Lynch, but also Francis Bacon and Jacob's Ladder. Yeah, he strikes me as somebody who is very passionate about the source material, and that much is incredibly evident. Like, you see that stuff on the screen. And here's the thing, contrary to, I think a lot of other people see his reinterpretations of things as being like, oh, he thinks he knows better how to tell their own story than Team Silent did. And I don't think it's that. I think it's that as somebody, because Gans has been literally talking about and hounding people to make this movie for 20 years. Like, this guy, this has been his life's mission, basically, was making this movie. Which I think is a problem because it's at least it seems to me, that there was decent chunks of the end of that film left on the cutting room floor. Like I with how faithful moment to moment the adaptation was at the beginning, and then how quickly it wraps up at the end, and the fact that the runtime itself is like already not that long, I'm like, oh, something happened with the distribution, with the funding. Something happened along the way here, and they had to pare it down to the essentials. And I think it robs a lot of. Actually, I thought the ending was pretty good, but I think it does rob a lot of the more famous moments. But there is still the thing I appreciate about it as a cohesive work of art, and like a very passionate one at that, is that it's also open. One of the things I think drew people into the original Team Silent games, and Silent Hill 2 especially, but then 3 and 4, were being able to talk and have your own theories, and much like, a lot of David Lynch's work, bringing your own perspective into the conversation and kind of trying to parse meaning for yourself and conferring with other fans and having all these fan theories and all that stuff. And I think that is something that Christoph Gans does well in this movie. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh, because I kind of half expect it to be like they're going to say something, or there's going to be a line that's going to, okay, this is where they're going to say the thing that's going to, tie the theme in for everybody who doesn't know the games. And then Christoph Gans, they don't. There's just like silence. but in a way that is like I know that he's conveying the emotions of the characters on screen. Like there's good fucking stuff in that movie. Oh yeah, the Prez record Gans fought a lot with the producers. It was meant to come out in April 2024 initially. Jesus Christ. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Yeah, I honestly I kind of hope it gets a I kind of hope it gets a I don't think it will, obviously, because that, director's cuts and stuff cost a lot of money. I don't think I hope it makes decent amount at the box office, but yeah, I wish it could have turned out better, but for what it is and what he tries to do, I really enjoyed it. I think here's the other thing, is that he very obviously, while he loves Silent Hill 2 and wants to tell that story in a way people recognize, the thing I appreciated is that, because a lot of other people, again, I went and I looked up some Letterboxd reviews after when I was writing my review, and a lot of people are like, how hard is it to just adapt the game straight? And it's like, I think Christoph Gans also understands that, like, and I was sitting there in the theater thinking this way. It's like, I kind of don't want just the same story. Like, I've played through Silent Hill 2, the original, at least a dozen times. Like, I know those moments very well. And it's cool to see some of them remade on a big screen and stuff, but I don't like, at a certain point, I think he understands that that's just a kind of jangling keys, and he wants to expand or flesh out, or in the case of Silent Hill 2, what he did, or Return to Silent Hill, what he did was basically offer a new perspective for the story that was still wholly different from the original and the remake. Awesome. Yeah, Gan said some of the extra scenes will be on the Blu-ray. Perfect. Yeah, no, Eddie is a great example of that. It's like, where the fuck was Eddie? And I'm like, oh no, they absolutely cut that shit. And then, yeah, the stuff with Eddie, so the thing about the movie as a whole is that, and I kind of talked about this on the Twitter thread, is just that it's not James's story is the thing that I got kind of halfway through. I was like, oh, this is the story of James going through Silent Hill, but it's kind of from the perspective of Mary, which is a super interesting thing, because while Mary is like a ghost, like in some ways literally, that haunts both versions, both the remake and the original, she's rarely given a lot of character outside of like very sparse flashbacks and the letter at the beginning, and then mostly how James feels about her. So it's more interrogating Mary's like the hell that she went through. And I think it was whatever. Yeah. If you can catch it, I enjoyed Return to Silent Hill quite a bit. But anyway, this is welcome back to Hill Talk. But I did want to chat. I think I'm catching a cold because of the cold. Okay, seems ambiguous. All right, let me see. Make sure. There we go. So before we get started, I want to have something a little bit more relaxing, a little bit funny. If you didn't see this, Libs of TikTok shared my new favorite drag queen, Erica Quirk. And oh, Niara. Hey, holy shit, Niara VT, thank you for raiding with a party of 128. Welcome in all of the Fopses. Helioglyphic, thank you for following. What is this title? Which one? Oh, the one about the ice concentration camps? We will be getting to that in a little bit. We actually just got done talking about my experience with Return to Silent Hill, and why I enjoyed it quite a bit. Mock Roach, King Eki, thank you very much for following. No, we're just about to start Erica Quirk. And yeah, thank you, Niara, very much. Hope y'all had a good stream. What was I just about to say? I don't remember. Damn. But let us go in here. Oh, right. If you are over on Twitch, we are only a couple hundred followers away from reaching 10K followers. I would love if everybody could go follow if you aren't already and help push us to that line. I don't think I would love to get 400, 500 followers in the next 4 or 5 days. But I would love to get there in the first. Let's put a goal for the first half of the February. God, I am all over the place. Oh, Asura Blackstar, heard your voice on Jesse Gender's video a minute ago. I'm kind of getting around, chat. I'm getting around today. I'm in a Jesse Gender video. I'm on Hassan's stream. Everybody's favorite VTubers in here, Niara. That Queenie, thank you for following. Rainbow Kitten, Nam XD, Simon Holmes username, The Imaginative Skipper, and King Eki. Thank you very much for following. Favorite? I mean, Niara, I'm going to be so honest. Can I be honest? Can I be vulnerable with you for a moment? Niara, just come over here for a second. Don't listen to these other yuckos. No, just just between you and me. I don't know a lot of VTubers, so you kind of are winning by default. But hey, you know what? You know what they say? A dub is a dub. Dub is a dub. So that's for you. That's for you. Micromads, I now know 2. Oh, and I was in a Blair White video too. Yeah. In Valo, like in Valorant. Is that what the kids are saying for Valorant? Oh, no, I do. Yeah, no, Cirrus is a VTuber. No, absolutely Cirrus is a VTuber. I've known, yeah, okay, no, you're right. That's actually really awful for me. I guess, I don't know. I have this thing where I like, if I can remember somebody's face or if I can associate them with their face, I just do that, I think. And so in my head, when you say Cirrus, I'm thinking of what Cirrus just looks like, because I know Cirrus as much as I know Niara. Yeah, no, you're right. Outlaw Witch, has Destiny discussed me on stream? Yes. I guess Destiny talked about me. I think I'd have to go look. I think somebody sent it to me, but I think he watched my video. Or if he didn't, one of his fans did, and put a video out about it. I don't know. I genuinely cannot be fucked to care too much. Asmon did talk about me. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Lightning McQueen. Not Asmon. Cirrus has been doing a lot of face streams lately. Begrackled. What a terrible way to be perceived. Got a lock-in on stream. We had Twittergate 2.0. We don't need 3.0 after all this attention. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. And thank you very much for, who was that who donated? Somebody bought a there you go. Jade Eleanor, thank you for gifting a tier 1 membership over on YouTube to Awesome Kaylee. Anna Kaylee. Awesome Kaylee. I saw Awesome Stella and I just, yeah. Did Asmongold crash out over the shooting? I've seen 2 different takes and neither of them are surprising. Because like, what have I said for months now about Asmon? About how he just wants to reaffirm what the audience says. And it, again, without fail, watch any of his fucking streams and the audience will send him stuff and he'll go, yeah, no, chat, yeah, that's true. I'm not surprised that on one hand that he's trying to walk the tightrope of trying to stand by it's based and cool to kill civilians and also trying to back away where his audience is pushing back. Howdy. Aw, thank you very much, Sriracha Ace. Oh, yeah. That's very funny. We are gonna World's Shadiest Wizard. Thank you for following. Astrid, add Tacit, and Mystery Chat Cats. Let's. I want to watch this really quick before we dig into all of the other horrible stuff, because I think this is the kind of funny that I saw this and I said, that's pretty good for me, actually.
On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do."
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop.
That is so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. What do we think she doing? How old are you? 12? Obey or else? Okay, dude. No, she does, like I think it's very funny in particular to build the entire Erica Quirk persona around the insane, crazy shadow eyes that she does, because honestly, that's just good caricature right there. That's just good. Yeah, I know they were fucking yeah. That was pretty good. That was good shit. I am 40, you loser. Okay, so I just want to get this straight. You are spending your time. You're 40 years old, Unk status. You're Unk, and you're spending your time coming in here into chat rooms for people you, I'm presuming, don't like, to talk about how ICE is based, and your Galactic Empire posting in my chat with this obey or else shit. But I'm the loser. I don't know. That's ageist calling you Unk? No. That's just a fact. I can't look at his profile pic. I'm on the multi-stream setup. Elderly. That's funny. Yeah. Micro Mads bro needs to learn crochet or something. No, it's that. What are you doing here, dude? You're so old. Go home, be with your family. You're like 40. Learn to crochet. All right. Did he go? Is he already gone? Ah. Alas. Dank Dank Wonka One, thank you very much. Dan Dank Wonk One, thank you very much for following. Why does that sound like that one thing that fucking what's his face? Am I bald? Do I look bald? Oh, you must. I think you're talking about somebody else. I am 30 or 40 years old and I do not need this. No, not Dan. It sounds like, all right, this is really deep ball knowledge. You know, in the classic cinematic film Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, when the beloved character Jar Jar Binks, who is a Gungan, it's like a frog fish man, is going through the market on the desert planet Tatooine, and he eats the Woopoopy, and there's a practical effect actor in a monster suit that yells at him. Dank Dank Wonk Wong, the person you just followed, is that is what that guy says. Actually, that sounds more like a Halo Elite. What? Beloved character. You only watch the first movie for the pod racing and then turn it off? You're not even going to stick around for Duel of the Fates? What are you talking about? You want a Wonga? Yeah, that's the guy. Anarkayla, you know it. Wonga. Please, no impression. You're high as a kite. Oh, Yusa. Yusa been smoking the green. What? I just heard a concerned yelp from my partner in the other room. You okay, honey?
No, I was saying no.
Yusa doing okay, gay? How are Yusa?
Concerned.
She says she's concerned. Hey, baby. I love you. Even though I do Jar Jar?
Yeah, even though.
Aww. She loves me even though I Jar Jar. All right, chat. I know we've had a good time so far. But we do have 4-hour Jar Jar stream then. Multiple people in chat saying that's real love. Would Yusa still love me if Misa was a Gungan? Ray Park is having the mother of all crash outs? I did not. I don't keep up with that guy at all. I really hate that I vocal stem with Yusa gonna go through the planet core. Now go. Or however the fuck Boss Nos says it. Misa gonna speed you somewhere. Thank you very much for $5, Magar, concerned Gorp. Gorp? Dog says Gorp. One of my favorite videos ever. Ray Park is a Zionist? That doesn't surprise me. Can Jar Jar be a hear me out? No. But that one Gungan mercenary from The Force Unleashed on PlayStation 2 can be. Who's that dude? Cleef. Hell yeah. It's amazing how like a fucking one scene thing that you just kill in a video game. It's crazy. Hey, babe. One of my chatters said Jar Jar is a traditionally attractive creature, so it is not a hear me out. Do you have thoughts on that?
No, actually, I don't.
Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Boss Nos is a hear me out? I mean, like, you could say it's a hear me out, but I'm listening. I'm listening, you know what I mean? Oh. Elena Connor. Okay, we're not talking about what Star Wars creatures are hear me outs anymore. We're not talking about no. It's I give it 3 minutes. If the conversation keeps going this way, I give us 3 minutes until we get to a Sarlacc hear me out. We got to get back to the horrors of reality. What's that big worm? Are you talking about the worm in the asteroid? That's the Sarlacc pit. The Great Pit of Carcoon? I didn't think the hear me out would come from my own. The Kret dragon hear me out. Somnus 15. Hey babe. I want you to know I just had to read the phrase the Sar Lucy. I hate that. Thank you for $5, Nehemia. Imagine Darth Maul giving you head, but it's just rubbing his head horns against your you know what. Why? Why are you telling me to imagine that? Bloinker, thank you for following. I don't know why at this point. A second hear me out has struck DD's mental state. Freak is always in the chat. Yeah, y'all real freaks for that. I wonder if battle droids have a vibrate setting. It's Drev. This is the Alice plush that American gave me when I interviewed him like a month ago. Let's swat topics. Oh, okay. Oh, was it about my tweet? Okay. So that, there we go. I did not know this had happened. That is cool. Damn, Twitch taking forever load. Ori the Witch, how are y'all gonna talk about Star Wars Hear Me Outs but casually ignored to Alex? Because that's taken for granted. It's like what? Oh yeah, everybody wants to fuck Ayla Sakura. Like, yeah, obviously. What? Oh. Hear me out, Obi-Wan. Yeah, no, again, Ewan McGregor's not a hear me out. That's just a yes. I don't think people do not know what a hear me out is. Yeah, it's not, I don't know if it just takes time, but it's not loading. No, I'm loading. Yeah, weird. 47 minutes. Okay. What is Hassan? I guess let me just go to my thing. Oh god, we got a lot of shit to go through today. Yeah, again, Darth Talon, not a hear me out. That's not how that works. I guess is Twitch just down for me? I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out. If Twitch comes back up, I'll play the Hassan click. So this came out yesterday from The Atlantic, and I want to kind of go over this before we. How am I even streaming then? I don't. It might just be like a front page of the site thing. I don't know. And I'll watch it at some point. It just might not be on stream. Tara Billie Jean, thank you for 19 months. Is Glup Shido? Glup Shido's not a real character. Nothing. Weird. It's fine. The 6-car convoy. Oh, fucking come on. You're making me... Atlantic. All right, we're going to listen to others, or go to other stuff today. Because thank you, Coral Pal. This is a report from 2020 that we are going to talk about some more going through. Leaked video from ICE detention shows 50 people crammed in cell with no beds or bathrooms, including U.S. citizens. This, I'm not gonna lie, we've had some good times, we've had a little bit of laughs here, but this is gonna be rough. They hit his face, they beat him until he can no longer stand. They have been here more than 10 days without bathing and enduring hunger. Look how they have us here. Look at what kind of immigration they have us under. People who are legal, people who are not legal, people who are losing their families. They are kidnapping us. ICE is supposed to use holding cells like this for short-term detention to process arrests, not for long-term clandestine black sites. So we're going to see I've been talking about this since last year, since I started, really. But I've been talking about, especially as the ICE and the infrastructure to make these camps, things we started seeing at the beginning of the year, last year, like Alligator, Alcatraz, started spinning up. I have, from the very first streams I talked about this, expressed worry and fear over people disappearing, people being assaulted, people being hurt, people being killed. And I hate that I am proven right. Earthworm Chloe, thank you for following. This is one of I think I have a couple other videos.
Estamos legales, gente que no estamos legales, gente que está perdiendo su familia, nos están secuestrando, nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore, nos tienen en la 31 Huskin. Baltimore. Los golpearon a un señor. Ya no aguantamos, nos tienen aquí con más de 10 días sin bañarnos y aguantando hambre.
Oh, that's you. Would you bring me an energy drink? Thank you, baby. So here is one thing coming out. ACLU Fort Bliss. Thank you. Oh, you didn't need to open it for me and everything. Hey, come here. I want to give you a smooch. You're off camera. I love you. Don't know why. All right, so let's start with this in 2020. How long have they been locked up in those cells? There's no way to tell. Like that's so. Here's the other thing: is that any time you have a question about ICE, about the immigrants, about anybody they're tracking, you need to remember that by design at this point, they have chosen and are continuing to choose to be as opaque, to be as disingenuous, and to be as irresponsible and reckless with record keeping as possible. Like, there's no way to know, because they are taking people unaccountably off the streets, out of their daily lives. Like, there are images from all around Minneapolis right now where they will stop people, take them out of their cars, and their cars are just left in the streets. Like, it's no, I saw, Canadian Goose. I saw the video of the defense attorney, defense attorney. If you can find that really quick, I would like to watch that, because it is, I mean, like is a fucking strong term, because damn, like, it's it's rough. Do they have access to a working toilet? Based on the one we just saw, no. Toilet, no. Food, like, it doesn't, like, what do you constitute as food? Because, like, you can still give people sustenance and still have it be torture on a day-to-day basis. Oh, thank you very much, Canadian Goose, for finding that so quick. Holy shit. Yeah, we'll go into the forced sterilization. Forced sterilization is this country's favorite punishment. This isn't gory or violent or anything, but I do want to give everybody a content warning. This is hard to watch.
Dilley Family Detention Center, and I've spoken to a number of the people who are presently in the facility and
sorry, give me a second.
Can provide a bit more information. Apparently, this demonstration presently comprises of about 80% of the detained population. Over 1,000 people, I am told by people at the facility, are participating presently in the protest. Guards are trying to physically block people from protesting, from joining the protest. They have closed off a gate between two separate parts of the facility to prevent another section of the detention center from joining the protest. Up along the highway and on the roads, you can still see ICE, CBP, and county sheriff's vehicles traveling to this. I haven't tried to go back in because they told me that my attorney-client visit that was scheduled for today has been canceled and that I'm not allowed to go back into the facility to speak to them. Apparently, the protest was initiated over the treatment of the 5-year-old who is still at the facility, I am told, from Minneapolis, and that the detainees got word of the size of the demonstration in Minneapolis on Friday somehow, because the day after the Renee Good shooting, ICE shut off the internet at the facility without explanation. Now we know the reason why. When the detainees today and yet in recent days found out about the protest on the general strike in Minneapolis on Friday, they apparently decided that they wanted to join the protest. They were shouting "Libertad," they were shouting "Let us out," and this is still an ongoing situation. So the local news in San Antonio, please get down to Dilley. Please start reporting on this. There's potential police crackdown taking place. I can't. All I know is that there are a lot of people protesting and a lot of people who are a lot of police and ICE vehicles rushing to the area. Hopefully, there's not some type of violent confrontation. But that is the situation.
So, for a look at, and thank you to the viewer who sent this in, for a look at one of the many things, what it's like inside these detention camps. This is from 2020, by the way. Recent news of a whistleblower's allegation that a for-profit ICE detention center, that's another thing you need to know, is that a lot of these places are private. Like, we have the private prison system in America, the privatized system where, like, we have for-profit prisons. So the additionally sickening thing if you ever think, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm being too emotional about this. Maybe I should temper my opinions about ICE or the people who work for them. I mean, maybe, like, if you ever have an inkling of that thought, I want you to consider that the men, the women, the children that they are torturing, that they are abducting, that they are taking away unjustly with no fucking reason to do God knows what to. Additionally, people are getting paid, not just to do that, but then will be profiting off of it. And let that fuel your rage. Wait, hang on. This was in 2020. So again, I want you to imagine what has happened since then. And how much this shit has continued to ramp up. Yeah, also we never, like, honestly, we never got rid of slavery. And most, like, this was a big thing. This is why there was this coinciding a couple years back between Black Lives Matter and abolishing police and abolishing prisons, is because this is part of a massive conversation that deserved to be spearheaded by Black organizers, because Black people and Black Americans have been overwhelmingly unjustly targeted by the for-profit and American penal system. Like, this is why we still have people, like, right now in America. So here's a great example. Right now, I can walk a block away as a white person. I can walk a block away and probably get, if I wanted to, get pounds and pounds of marijuana, probably. I guarantee there are thousands right now across America, thousands of inmates who have been in prison for that same thing, for being found in possession of marijuana. And I bet you a majority of them are predominantly Black or people of color. And granted, this is a much bigger problem in getting into mandatory minimums and, like, the fucked up sentencing, the war on drugs, and all of that stuff. So I, like, not to get too off target here, but yeah. No. Here's the other thing. Chuck Grape, I heard a joint used to get you 10 years in Texas. It used to get you 10 years in Texas if you weren't, white or connected in some way. Like this has been the way the country has run forever. The difference between, here's a Black father who was found with a joint versus here's a college football player who raped 3 girls. And the difference is, well, one of them's white, so we start to look at them through, well, he's had such a promise. It would be such a shame for this person's life to be thrown away over a mistake, and it doesn't matter how, like, and then the other person gets sent to prison. It's fucking, yeah. I hate that shit. All right. So this is the pamphlets reporting from the ACLU, and I want to go over some of the things they're alleging. And I again, it is important to note, because I think we are so used to the idea that if something is bad enough to be reported on, it must be a isolated incident. And when it comes to things, particularly about ICE, the immigration detention system, DHS, and the entire apparatus, this ethno-state racist bullshit from the top down, I think right now it's important to realize how widespread these issues are. And through that lens, I think it is important to not just see this as, hey, This is only happening here. For that purpose, I want you to think of every ICE facility as having this kind of equivalent cruelty. Oh, let me actually go back. Sorry, I still haven't done this. The ICE detention story reflects a long pattern in the U.S. of a forced sterilization of marginalized populations, particularly of Black, Latinx, and indigenous peoples. In fact, the Nazis borrowed ideas. This is well known. Okay, here we go. Spurred by the eugenics movement, popular at the turn of the century, states enacted laws beginning in 1907 that authorized the sterilization of the, quote, feeble-minded. More than 60,000 coercive sterilizations were performed through the U.S. pursuant to these eugenics laws. There's actually a fascinating story. If you can look up the Kallikak family and God, who is the guy who did that study? The fucking lying asshole. Caused this type of shit to happen by just being a lazy scumfuck poor researcher. Skippy Dunes, thank you very much for following. But if you can look that up, there's a lot. Let me see if I can just find it. I don't know how they spelled it. Yep, okay, all right. Henry Goddard, that's who that shitweed was. Yep, y'all already got it. Y'all got it. But if you can read... yeah, there's some fascinating reading out there on the story behind that stuff. Lady Addis, thank you very much for $20. Yep, they've been doing as much to do horrible things like sterilization, forced abortions, and the like in ICE detention centers. And well, here's the fucking thing is that I don't like talking about this stuff a lot because my mind goes very dark places as far as the possibilities of what is actually happening in these places. Because, you know, you say that and that sounds horrible, that people are having forced abortions, but then people also aren't getting medical care because medical funding is being cut to these areas, so they don't have on-hand medical staff when people have emergencies. And it just, it spirals from there because it gets so fucking awful. Thank you very much for $5, Dreamy of Cadet. It sucks that even self-professed liberals are okay with this. So many white Americans won't take strong action unless they can project on the victim. Yeah. Yeah. Enough said. Like, yeah. That fucking, it, Anyway. Nazi Germany. I want to see the actual stuff. Here we go. The recent allegation about coerced sterilizations of immigrant women at the Irwin County Detention Center echoes the story of Madrigal v. Killigan. The complaint against ICDC asserts that officials transferred detainees to a physician who sterilized the women without proper informed consent. The whistleblower, Nurse Dawn Wooten, described multiple forms of medical abuse from failures to protect patients from COVID to forced hysterectomies. Some nurses would try to communicate with detained immigrants by simply Googling Spanish rather than using appropriate interpretation protocols. One detained immigrant reported the procedure she was supposed to have was never properly explained, stating that she, quote, felt like they were trying to mess with my body. When she asked what procedure was planned and why, she was given 3 different responses by 3 different individuals. As in the Madrigal case, the ICDC allegations raised the concern that medical personnel are targeting vulnerable women based on race, poverty, and immigration. The alleged coerced sterilization in ICE detentions, and mind you, again, this is from 2020. 2020. As advocates for reproductive justice have emphasized, the fundamental civil rights to abortion, procreation, and parenting are all deeply linked. The Trump administration's zero-tolerance policy forcibly separated parents from their children, including children under 5. How bad do we think it is now? So here is stuff that we have here. Here's stuff that we have here. Way to fucking say nothing. Here is the stuff that we were going to go over earlier. Currently at Fort Bliss, inmates are experiencing extreme and unlawful use of force. Several detained individuals have described violent assaults by officers, including sexual abuse. Ignacio, Samuel, and others report officers crushing their testicles during beatings, a tactic used while people were already restrained or after they refused coerced removal to Mexico. Abel, Benjamin, and Eduardo also reported being slammed, stomped, beaten, and when they expressed fear of being sent to Mexico or when they simply requested their medication. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of brutality that violates even ICE's minimal standards. And you need to understand every single one of those scumfucks is doing this. They are like this. There is something wrong in the brain of people who, and this is the thing, because I have so many people. I push back on Twitter, and I don't go on Twitter very often anymore. Certainly not as much as I used to. But I push back on the idea that the left was to blame for Trump because we had Merrick Garland, we had Biden's DOJ, we had all this shit for 4 years. They could have put him under the fucking jail if they wanted. They just didn't want. They could have used, and I had people being like, oh, so you want to just use the power of the law like conservatives would? Yeah, because you have to fight fire with fire. Yes, I think they should have taken unprecedented action to help protect the sanctity of the civilians that they are, again, elected to help. I think they should have taken unprecedented action against such an unprecedented attempt at an authoritarian power grab. And look, now where we are, because, like, whatever. The thing that I had somebody say to me is that, oh, then how would that be any better? How would that be any different than being conservative? It's like, okay, well, the difference there is that one is to protect and the other is to promote and proliferate wanton cruelty against anybody they can designate as an outgroup. This is this idea, when you put it in terms of we need to be the good guys and they need to be the bad guys, and only bad guys do the hard, mean, evil things, then try and put it in the frame. I realize for liberals this is going to be hard, but try and put it in the headspace of somebody under attack and being invaded. Because that's really what it is. And for all this fucking rhetoric we get from conservatives about, oh, we're under invasion, all this bullshit. No, we are being invaded by an intellectual rot. By a political rot. A festering wound that has infected every other part because it went untreated for so long. When you are invaded by a hostile force that wants nothing but to push you out, you have to fight back or you will die. You have to protect other people or they will die. This liberal false equivalency bullshit is responsible for so much of the politeness and the hand-wringing that we're still fucking seeing. So, to tie that back into what I was saying, there is a proportionate response, I think, is correct when talking about ICE and the way, when this is all over, whatever form that takes, how people will pay for it, pay for their contribution to this madness. And I think for me, there are going to be people, I think just the human condition, there are people who cannot help but feel a remorse, a sorrow, a crippling loss of self. There are going to be sociopaths who don't feel that, who wake up gleefully and put on their ICE jackets and branded shirts and stuff and go out like a little boogaloo boy every day. And then there are going to be other people who fall into depression, who take the IDF soldier way out, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying that, you need to pity them or coddle them or go up to them with open arms or anything. What I'm saying is that there's going to be a vast diversity across the spectrum as everything with the Trump administration and the overall MAGA movement crumbles, which it is very obviously starting to do. And there's going to be a lot of different reactions. There's going to be a lot of different ways that people will then try and spin and try and remember and try and reframe who they were in these moments. The thing that you cannot lose is your humanity. You cannot lose sight of how we are meant to be responsible to one another, how we are meant to help one another. And part of that is having empathy and understanding and sympathy. But at the same time, if you are somebody in ICE, if you are somebody in this administration who does not turn away, who does not work against the system that is happening right now, if you cannot find your humanity, then you should not be treated with it. If you cannot find human decency, then you have forfeited it in a civil society. That is the difference. When people want to talk about, oh, this just makes you just as bad as them, it's like, no. Because, and I've talked about this before, when you have people like this who are unaccountable, uncontrollable, emotionally driven, and deadly at the drop of a hat, that's not a civilian. That's not a citizen. That's not somebody who cares or works in the interest of their neighbor or their community or their country. That is somebody who only works in the interest of their own bloodlust, in the interest of their own ego. And I can't fucking blame people for joining up thinking that way after seeing Trump and Miller and Bongino and all of these other assholes sell that idea of what patriotism is, what community is, what populism is. But to go through everything we've been through and to still be so assured that this path is the correct one, that you are looking out in the streets as people of all ages, all demographics, all backgrounds are standing in sub-zero temperatures, not even for themselves, standing up for others. And if you are somebody who gleefully takes part in violence against them, if you are somebody who is making jokes and laughing, watching innocent people be shot and executed by the state, and there is no bit of introspection in you, then yeah, I think you have forfeited your humanity. That's not a matter of opinion. It's just how we're going to have to treat people. And I don't think a lot of people are ready to have that conversation, honestly. We had Color, thank you for following. Aaron Arrow, thank you for following. And One and Solaris, thank you for following. J. Kung 5688. Sadly, I don't think anyone in this administration will go to jail. It didn't happen to Bush. While Bush was... that's a weird equivalency because while Bush was arguably more evil, the Iraq War, the war in Afghanistan, like the toll of humanity lost and expended there cannot be overstated and is truly abhorrent. This is another thing where I think it is it ties back into the kind of focus that Americans have on our own shit. As much as I hate to admit it, but that's what it fucking is. Yeah, like official pumpkin patch. It's the fact that Americans, like, we not only, okay, so here's the thing. Not only was the like neocon and neo-lib apparatus, the progressive movement had not like yet fully taken off in the form that it's in today. Well, form that it's in today. But the propaganda machine was working so strong. It was so rock solid in the early aughts. Like, there were people speaking out against this stuff, for sure. But not at the level you're seeing now. By any stretch. Like, it was still seen as, yeah, you're like Democrat or Republican, you support the troops. Oh, we love our American heroes fighting for democracy abroad. Like, there was much less public sentiment that was antagonistic towards Bush at the time. There was. I'm not saying there wasn't, but it was so far from what we're experiencing now. Like you have, every time we watch a Status Quo stream, every time I see interviews from people in Minneapolis, it's some grandma who's never protested in her life who is beating the street because they're abducting and killing her neighbors now. Like, a lot of people go through a lot of presidencies, and I think this is going to be foreign to a lot of people as they've come up in the last 15 years or so. But for Bush and Obama, unless you were interested in politics, a lot of people just went about their daily lives without worrying about how presidencies would affect them. Like, with the exception of the financial crash in 2008, which, arguably you could... It was such a different place and time that we don't have, and part of it is that we just have this administration that sucks up attention, where people, the people, oh God, we got to talk about the Kash Patel FBI shit. This motherfucker. It was exactly what I said. I made a piece 2-3 months ago about how all of these motherfuckers, they just want to be influencers. It's very frustrating. The most frustrating thing, oh yeah, it's not like CIA black sites or news thing. No. But here's the thing. I think it was easier to, because we knew about horrendous. All right, hang on. My cat has been yelling at me. I've just been on my rant. I'll be right back. I am going to Anson Preacher. I think you're probably right, actually. I think the shift started with the Snowden leak. You might be right. I think there was a big vibe shift around there. I will be right back. I need to feed Miss because she's screaming at me. What do you want from me? Say please. Say please. Say please. Oh, did you hear her, babe? Hey, cutie. What? Hey, you cutie. Love you. All righty. Can we get a kitty cameo? Maybe when she's done eating, she'll actually probably just come over here. She usually hops on. It's so funny that my cat does hop on Scream. We had color. Thank you for subbing with Prime. Mega Root, thank you for following, and Harold David, thank you for subbing. Meow. Several detained, yes, we've talked about this. At the largest detention site in the country, officers beat up Samuel, a detained teenager who uses a pseudonym, so badly he had to go to the hospital. His right front tooth broke. He said one officer grabbed my testicles and firmly crushed them, while another forced his fingers deep into my ears. Beating to his left ear was so severe that he now has trouble hearing. It's just torture. I think that's the part that really, like, it makes me see red. It does. Like, I don't even know. I can't make a joke about it. I can't. This is the shit. Like, people for so long have been calling these fucks Nazis based on not necessarily what they were doing, but what they wanted to do, what we felt they wanted to do. And we've been absolutely vindicated because this is the shit that growing up, so many people have noticed the vibe shift where there was a time where Nazis were not a thing anybody talked about except in fucking video games. And they were just the faceless goons that you slaughtered by the thousand because we all knew it was morally acceptable to fucking murder the shit out of Nazis and nobody disagreed. That was it. And you would be reminded when you watched a documentary, when you watched History Channel footage, when you learned in history class and you learned about what they did at the concentration camps, you learned about the experiments of people like Mengele, that fucking dipshit. By the way, if you need some really good backstory on many of the Nazi leaders behind the bastards, I don't know why, but I went through a phase of particularly listening to, I think it was because, you know, Goebbels and Mengele and all of these people were so, like, they kind of weaved in and out of their stories, and I was just listening to the behind the bastards on the Nazis for a little while. So many fuck ups and dipshits. That's the other thing is that, like, it's the same kind of people. It is a bunch of people who failed at other aspects of their life, who were filled with this petty, impotent rage, and they couldn't find an outlet for it, so they all got together and said, hey, let's fucking kill everybody else. Like, it's the exact same shit that we're seeing today. But it was that kind of stuff that those were the reasons we internalized the idea that, no. Again, what we were talking about in this idea of dispelling your own humanity, of forfeiting your contribution to civic and civil society by actions that are so horrendous and antisocial and self-serving that and choosing willfully, gleefully to do so. These were the hallmarks, the signifiers of Nazism. The horrors that the world witnessed and said, never again. And it's that same kind of rage that fills me when I see this shit. There is no justification for this. None. Zero. That goes without saying, of course, to this room of people. But yet, there are still people out there. I saw this Matt Walsh cocksucker again. I say it like I've only seen him a couple times. I hate that motherfucker so much. And it's like, yeah. Megar, thank you very much for $5. If ICE is abolished but not prosecuted, these jobless pariahs will become insurgents to be swayed by foreign powers, just as we have done abroad. I would say I think the issue is more the fact that they would probably go and do other branches of law enforcement, which we already know people from the military, that there have been former military and former other law enforcement and former, like, all sorts of assholes are in ICE. I don't know about foreign powers. I think the greater risk is just, like, literally, I think they are the people that you see right now who are pushing down old people, abducting children, who are torturing innocent people in these fucking facilities for no goddamn reason. They are proving to the world that they are not able, as adults, that they are not able to live, to help others, to act in a way that is conducive to a better, more helpful society. They are, for all intents and purposes, rabid dogs. There is no accountability for them. They do not follow orders because they're barely given any. They act with no oversight and impunity. Anything they do, the reaction is to simply justify it by the state. There is only one way to deal with rabid dogs. Nymphairy, thank you very much for following.
Bliss. People detained at Fort Bliss are subject to physical and sexual abuse by officers and are denied access to adequate food, soap, medical care, and we sent a letter demanding that ICE end inhumane immigration detention at Fort Bliss. People detained at Fort Bliss are subject to physical and sexual abuse by officers and are denied access to adequate food, soap, medical care, and are denied meaningful access to legal representation. One teenager was beaten so severely by guards that he had to be taken to the hospital. He still has trouble hearing as a result of his injuries. We will continue fighting until this immigration center is shut down for good.
So this is from just a couple weeks ago, and I need to. Look, hey, I know it might not be the most efficient praxis. I've had arguments with other people about this. How effective is it to advocate for violence? And I'm not advocating for violence. I don't advocate for proactive violence. I don't. I advocate for community and protection. I've been extremely consistent about this my entire time. It's just like my opinion on the Second Amendment and the right to own guns. I saw somebody talking about how, oh yeah, all these now that it's trendy to own guns, all these libs and lefties are jumping on the train. It's like, nah, you can go check out when my channel first popped off 3 years ago. Was it 3 years ago or 4 years ago? 3 years ago. The second video I did, I remember this because I got pushback on it. After the channel blew up with the hate church video, the second video I did was talking about how they talked about me and how people shouldn't be worried because I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm not worried about them coming to my house. Not the same. Like, Kevin Ramsey 417, how's your community and caring going for you? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. We actually take care of each other pretty well. Speaking of which, would we be able to, awesome Stella, if you could share the link one more time. I think I saw Johnny Viral in here too. If we could share the link for our GoFundMe for one of our community members who needs help. I know we've shared it a couple times before, but if you want to donate to anybody today, I will try and read. I would rather you donate there than do a super chat for that. Yes, awesome Stella on Twitch has it. Thank you very much. And Johnny Viral over on YouTube. Thank you so much. And Carnell, thank you. Yeah, damn. I should do, maybe after, I want to do another, speaking of community, God, when was the last one I did? I think it was last, do the mods remember, was my last big stream, the last big charity stream I did, was it beginning of last year, like March, April? I want to do another one of those. I want to see if I can get some bigger guests on there. Stephanie Sterling was supposed to be on the last one, but it didn't work out in time. But I want to do another 24-hour stream at some point. It's been rough. Miss, come here. All right, I'm gonna go get Cat real quick. Come here, use. Come here, use. Oh, bonk. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. It was later than that, was it? No, I don't, because it wasn't after I got back from LA. I don't think so. All right, let's go see if this loads now. Hello, Kevin. Hello, my baby. Oh, there it goes. Or nor. Oh, I donked it. I donked it so bad. I'm sorry. There we go.
Fucking violent settler colony. Some people in the margins identify with the
47.
resistance.
Okay.
It will make argumentation. You know, I've decided that's the smart move here. That's the appropriate move here. It's the smart move here. I'm just gonna fucking flip it. I'm gonna flip it on them every time. You know. You are one of the few sin eaters of the world, Hassan. We will always be with you. Yeah, there was also another aspect of that sin eater shit, which is so funny because like Hood Genius has been getting canceled on Twitter. It's an account that like was an NBA Twitter account that's like been popping off for a while now. Turns out he's like, I think he's a Somali dude from Minneapolis. He's pretty young. And he's been getting canceled because in like 2021, when he was like 17, he was like saying, you know, being gay is a disease or like a mental illness or something. And it's very clear that he's not like that any longer. But people are like cynically posting his old tweets to be like, oh, dude, look at what you said when you were 17, like 5 years ago. And it's like, bro, people change, man. Let people fucking change. I hate that shit. Right? I fucking hate that shit, right? And Dead Domain says, yeah, screenshots are forever. Being gay isn't a preference of disability, right? It's like objectively a homophobic thing to say. It's objectively fucked up. It's objectively stupid. Who gives a fuck? He was 17. Like, it was 5 years ago. He's 17 years old. He's very clearly not that person, right? I hate this shit. So he said, I was 17 when I made that tweet at the time. Clearly, I don't have the same mindset as I did 5 years ago. I love y'all. And if you're offended to what I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean no harm. Right? And if you're one of these guys who still maintains this like vindictive attitude when you didn't even know about this person's fucking past behavior at all and you found out about it and now you're like, well, fuck this guy. There's no shot that this person can demonstrate growth. Then you're a fucking idiot. You're a loser. You also personally went through that journey. You're just fortunate enough that no one actually found out about your past. Okay? Let people fucking grow. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because I responded to Dead Domain. Dead Domain said, we got to let this kind of woke hand-wringing go. Let people grow and learn and change. Nobody's the same now as they were 5 years ago. We can't act like a tweet is enough to say this person is still bad when we should be building coalition.
I didn't know he responded. That's pretty cool. Ekachu, thank you very much for 499. So many privileged libs still refuse to do some introspection. I have friends that still hesitate to convert the MAGA people in their lives. Yeah. Hi, Toasted Panini. It's going okay. Mason Goliath, this is networking standing. The black community is notoriously homophobic. Not true. Okay, here's the thing. And again, full understanding, I say this with, you know, little lack of melanin. But every black person I've known and interacted with on a political level has either been some form of queer or has been vocally and openly supportive of me, of just like local movements, of queer people in those movements. I think that it is a stereotype of, I don't want to phrase this. I think there is a negative stereotype of black masculinity that is homophobic. But I don't think that, at least, and granted, I live in fucking Spokane. I have lived in far more diverse areas. I lived in Minnesota. I've been to LA. I've been to plenty of other places. Spokane is unfortunately not the most diverse place in the world, but there's still a black community here. There's still people of color here. And I think, like, again, honestly, the best way to disprove people's negative assumptions or, goddamn, I am fucking tripping over my words today. Older black people are. I think some older black people are. But I think, again, like the same thing can be said about white people. Oh, hello. Goodness God, cat. Dragon Cat Overload. I think that might be a good way to put it. There are definitely more white people who are homophobic, but there are some very loud homophobic people, and I blame Christianity. Hello. That was so cute. She's so baby. She's so baby. She's so, her little tail's going swoosh, 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 swoosh. Anyway, I want to listen to this, finish this.
And let me tell you something, okay? The irony here is I am one of those motherfuckers who, for like at least the last like 13 years, like the most like reactionary shit you can point to that I've said is like from literally 13 years ago when I was trying to do a satirical fucking like dating show that we very quickly deleted because
I want to. Did everybody see Miss give me his little smooch too? Did she give me a little smooch? That was so cute. I want everybody to see it on camera. You give me another smooch. You give me a little smooch. No. Did you see that? Did you see it, baby? I love you. I love her so much. She just bumps her little nose against mine. She's so good. She's so good. Oh, that's so good. I'm sorry. I keep getting distracted by my own cat.
It sucked, right? And they just like unearthed those videos and have constantly recirculated over and over again and be like, huh, remember when you were making these dumb fuck jokes? And it's like, yeah, I do. I've talked about it quite a bit, actually. I've talked about it because it's fucking growth. Like, or shit that I've said that was transphobic, right? And, or not a dating show, like, but like a dating advice show, right? Like it was a bro dating advice show that was like satire, but it was bad. It was bad. Like it was just not good. But a lot of people love fucking posting that to be like, oh, dude, like, look, you fucking, we got you. You're a grifter. It's like, bro, that was 13 fucking years ago. Okay. 13 years ago, you know? Yeah, let the kids be homophobic a little. Can't we just say it's a bad thing to do, even though he was 17? Glad he grew and changed, but don't excuse his shit.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
that's all I'm
not
saying.
An excuse for what he did when he was 17, you fucking moron. How are you a 54-month subscriber and still fail to comprehend what I'm saying? What I'm saying is constantly.
Well, okay, so I guess I misinterpreted that. The let the kids be homophobic is the problem there, because it's like, no, we don't need, like, you should not expect that people get to have this like Rumspringa-ish phase of being a dickhead. I should clarify what I said there. Yeah. I'm glad he grew and changed. Is the thing that I am trying to hammer on.
Fucking throwing that bag in his face when it's very clear that that's not who he is any longer is unproductive. Okay? It's unproductive.
She's just circling in my lap
That's it.
now.
everybody still, there is like a tendency though on the left where people do still want to fucking reduce you to like your worst moments, you know, your dumbest fucking takes, the silliest, dumbest, most reactionary things you've said. And I hate that. Anyway, I will always be a firm and committed believer in change. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I responded, I said, I think most people who still do this are reactionaries, but there's still a decent chunk on the left who fall for this kind of bait. It's so frustrating, right? To which Hood Genius went, Hassan is defending me? Ohio shock. Not gonna lie, I didn't know this was gonna happen. W. Hassan. To which I responded with, lots of motherfuckers on this website don't have the faintest idea what my world.
All right. Well, it seems like I am. That's pretty much it. Okay, cool, cool. No, that's neat. I like being shouted out. I like when people talk about me. That's good for me. Quite literally good for me. We found more than 40 cases of immigration agents using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing. Again, these are just the ones we know about. I feel the need to preface as we dive back into. We had a fun little break, but we got to get back to the horrors. I feel the need to underline we will never know the full extent of the depravity under this administration. I can almost guarantee that. But until we have a greater understanding of the permeation of just the torture, the rape, all of it, you need to be operating under the assumption that this is regular behavior because it has been normalized, excuse me. Waterface Moon, thank you very much for subscribing. And Cinederex27, thank you for subscribing. If you are still on Twitch and you haven't followed yet, please go ahead, hit that follow button. Maybe turn notifications on because we are almost to 10K followers. And I stream. I try and stream consistently. I've been doing a pretty good job so far this year. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then sometimes on Sunday. But oh yeah, Lenny Cat knows what to do. I'm worried how many of the missing detainees have been straight up murdered on purpose. I think, again, I don't like talking, I don't like thinking about this stuff because it puts me in such a doomer headspace, and not in a way of like, oh, hey, we can't talk, like, let's keep it all fun and chill. Because no, this is fucked up shit and we need to talk about it. And I think it is good communally to come together and discuss these issues. But I don't think it's good for your mental health to spiral. I don't think it's good for your mental health to ruminate on the deepest, darkest, most depraved horrors that are being actively perpetuated and paid for by our government. Because, yeah, I do think a majority of those people are probably dead. If not here, then in another country. I don't think we'll ever know. I think that there are probably going to be insane investigations and stories that come out over the next 20 to 40 years about these camps, about where the people in them went. God, my cat. One of the bummers about having a cat is that when she rubs her dumb little face on my face, it just sticks to me. Yeah, I saw the woman who got part of her hand blown off. Fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, an agent in Houston put a teenage citizen as a chokehold, choking him so hard his neck had red welts hours later. In L.A., someone pressed his knee into a woman's neck while she was handcuffed. Then she appeared to pass out. An agent in Massachusetts jabbed his finger and thumb into the neck and arteries of a young father who refused to be separated. Here's the thing. There is no excuse for this. These are not measures that you take to incapacitate somebody. They are not measures you take to prevent harm to themselves or others. All of the stuff that we're sold of, medical care, of police, of, people being self-sacrificing and dealing with these dangers, it's bullshit. These are meant to inflict maximum trauma and pain because they can. That's what it is. Examples are scattered across social media. ProPublica found more than 40 cases over the past year of immigration agents using these life-threatening maneuvers on immigrants, citizens, and protesters. The agents are usually masked, their identities secret. The government won't say if any of them have been punished. They aren't. They aren't at all. I guarantee they won't be. Nearly 20 cases, agents appeared to use chokeholds and other neck restraints that the Department of Homeland Security prohibits unless deadly force is authorized. Which, again, means fucking nothing. That shit the idea of deadly force being it means nothing. They can decide if it's authorized or if it's necessary at the drop of a hat. Rise Again, $8.45, thank you for $5. What we know is bad enough that we must act. Imagining there could be worse that we don't know about only bogs you down in despair. It's a wonderful way to put it. A wonderful way to put it. I don't fucking love the way that they're framing this of like, we asked these 8 former police officers and law enforcement experts, they were appalled. It's like, where do you think they're learning this shit from? There's this weird thing I've noticed with okay. There's this kind of gap that's developing, and I think continuing to develop, between ICE and police in America, where ICE don't get half of the training. They get kitted out with top of the line gear, like just widespread immunity, are rolling around town on taxpayers' dime and fucking shit up. And as Tim Waltz was talking about, leaving messes for everybody else to clean up. There is a growing antagonism of ICE and police that I think is going underexploited, underexplored. For example, I saw a story about, and if I was reading it correctly, this is last night, one of the places where ICE was staying got broken into, and there was only one police officer standing by the whole time. Just standing by. Didn't call for backup. As people broke into the lobby of this place, broke some windows. I don't think they burned anything down, but they were breaking shit. They were doing stuff that usually gets called a riot. And from what I understand, the police just stood by. Which is wild to me. Awesome Cell, I believe this was last night. If anybody can find this, there was a video going around. I don't remember. I didn't save it, unfortunately. I should have. So that is, until I can verify that is apocryphal. Don't take that as gospel. Do not share that. That is what I heard and read. But I think that, hopefully that did happen. But even if it didn't, I think there is this kind of growing, and I think it's reflected by stuff like this. No, not the hand thing of ICE agents fleeing from their hotel last night. Patrick McElrath, which side am I on? Neither. It's just like it. No, exactly. And Lenny Cat knows what to do. That's why I'm like, yeah, even, and mind you, I am not fucking defending Minneapolis goddamn motherfucking police department. Of all police departments. No, fuck off. I'm not, absolutely not. That being said, there is this weird gang feeling to it where it feels like one gang just coming in on another's territory. Matoko of Dreams, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of jealousy in there. I just I think there's something there, and I won't be surprised if we see, as tensions continue to mount, I won't be surprised if we see cops and ICE exchange some fire. This was one of my officers. He or she would be facing discipline. Here we go. Officials said the same thing to us after we showed them footage of officers using prohibited chokeholds. Federal agents, quote, have followed their training to use the least amount of force necessary. Bullshit. Celestial Nerd 336, thank you. Can confirm state and local law enforcement officers are really divided about ICE more than what is being showed to the public. The discipline of most protesters on the ground is working. I think especially when you get to people like so there was video going out about National Guard, or were there State Patrol? I was either State Patrol or National Guard. I don't remember. That's what it was. Yeah, El Salve. Literally what I was just talking about. What do you think of Minneapolis National Guard handing out free coffee and donuts to protesters? Could be on their side. So they had on high-vis like security vests and road work vests to easily identify them as like friendlies, basically, to the protesters, which I find... Jake GB, thank you very much for $5. And the Band Nerd, thank you for subscribing. I find it fascinating, but I am broadly still on the side. Like, I have a hard time hating on National Guard troops. I do. And I know people will bring up stuff like Kent State, like they are still military officers. But you have to imagine yourself in a different life, not wanting to go over and shoot people, but still being from, and I say this as somebody who almost went into a life like this, like so many other people, where your only choice for any real college or education, a full ride, you want to go to the military, you have that idea sold to you your entire life. You don't want to actually go over, you don't want to shoot anybody. You want to work in your community. You want to help with civic responsibility. That's what a lot of fucking National Guard people do. Like, a lot of people in the National Guard and the like engineer corps and shit, they're there for crisis control. They're there for natural disasters. National Guard, when I talk to the National Guardsmen in California, one of the things they do when they are not being fucking illegitimately called in, and this was a massive problem over the summer, called in to fucking, hold guns and look tough in front of protesters, is all of those guys were fighting fires in California all year. They were part of a, what the fuck was it called? The Rattlesnake Squad or Rattlesnake Division or whatever it was. Which is just like, they're out there raking leaves, fighting fires, preventing massive forest fires in places like fucking California. Like that's a firefighter. Lennon Cat knows what to do. So people who join the National Guard usually joined exactly for this. They joined for emergency response situations. They are not given the same need to prepare to kill anyone and everyone training the police and ICE are given. No. And they are given, again, from... And I am saying this as somebody who had a firsthand source in the National Guard, and I asked them about the training they get. I asked them about, yes, thank you, Celestial Nerd, Joint Task Force Rattlesnake. I asked them about the training they get. How is that different from ICE? And, like, they do get riot response training for civil unrest, but again, not so that they can, it is not like the LAPD's response to civil unrest. It is usually the most basic bare bones. If you find yourself, bare bones is strong, but if you find yourself in this situation, here is how you should respond. And it is still often from the vantage point of protecting people and valuing lives and property. And like, they are the ones who, before they are shipped out to those situations, have to go through riot response training, was my understanding of it. Like, the stuff that tells you that obviously all these fucking cops and ICE agents aren't doing, which is like, hey, non-lethal, you're supposed to shoot them at the ground, not at people's fucking heads. Ugh. But that being said, like when it comes down to it, yeah, I think like having National Guard there, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where I think it's literally the least you could do, but I wish like all they fucking need to do, is we know, like Walls and Frey, they've talked about it in Minneapolis so many fucking times, how ICE is acting with no oversight, with impunity. They are sowing chaos. Like, the shit that they are doing are fucking crimes. Like, just wherever they're being distributed, wherever ICE pops up, just send the fucking guard there. Send the state police there. Stop them from entering. Like, dude, ugh. It's very frustrating. Jake, oh, thank you for another 10. Oh my gosh. Do you think if the local militias and cops start shooting ICE that it could escalate into a civil war? I know that is inevitable, the ship a piece of sail, but what do you think will be the start? I don't know. I think the problem with predicting what will kick something off is that nobody really knows. And it's stuff that it's stuff that causes domino effects, typically, right? Like, Pearl Harbor was not the impetus for us entering World War II. There was a bunch of other shit that happened leading up to that. Archduke Franz Ferdinand getting assassinated. And granted, I'm going big with this here, but you get what I'm saying. Archduke Franz Ferdinand being assassinated did not just have, oh shit, everybody's at their throat now. There were a bunch of other things that fell down in the wake of that. Wait. Found some footage. Footage of what? Oh, of the hand? Okay. And so I think it is like the problem with being in a major historical moment. Oh, right. The hotel. In a major historical moment like we're in now, where we can look around and realize, like, you can tell from the vibe shift, but it's impossible to say what's actually going to happen from this. Like, yeah, Summer to Geek, you never know the tipping point till you pass it. Like, here's the thing. We have had, and again, we've had a bunch of stuff that is leading up to this current moment. You had stuff like George Floyd. You had stuff like the impeachment trials, January 6th, Charlie Kirk. All of these things are leading to where we are now in one form or another. But it still hasn't tipped the scales into open chaos. And honestly, I think it will take, like, something truly beyond comprehension levels of insane. Like, something we really haven't fucking seen to kick off a proper civil war in the modern infrastructure. I think until then, we are in this kind of like civil Cold War, honestly. And while we should want people to be held accountable, we should not pray for full out fighting in the streets right now. We shouldn't want that. Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, let me watch that footage really quick. Noise demonstrate. Here's what it was. Noise demonstration. Kecker Dane. Holy crap, I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? 4245, thank you for $10. Here's some moolah to help you on your road to Glockstar on this odd world of ours. Nerdy stuff aside, this whole thing is spooky, but I still want to move to Minneapolis. Gonna be ground zero, it seems, though. Yeah, of all the fucking places, honestly, I don't know. I love Minneapolis. I really loved Minneapolis when I was there. It's such a wonderful city, and yeah. Thank you very much, everybody, shilling those links in the chat. Celestial Heart, I think, like, that is, yeah, something like that. Like, something truly, like, you know, launching a missile, like, doing Israel shit to an American city. Boston maybe in the next big target. Yeah, I've heard Boston and Philly. Which, like, fucking good luck to the ice people. Oh, here was the one. Here was the video. Yeah. Tear gas deployed. Hotel patrons forced to put their hands up. One agent's nose bloodied. After FPS agents went into the hotel, shot tear gas and kinetic munitions outside, he wanted to know where the PD is to the press. He asked if he has a message for your community members that wanted out. No response. None to the mayor either. Few journalists had weapons pointed at them.
Thank you, Anthony.
Oh, there we go. Everyone is under arrest. Fuck off. Visible injury is trying to look through my footage, but blood was visible on face and hand. Good. I mean, oh no.
Is everyone pressed?
Is everyone press, you fucking moron? Why would you say no? Like, honestly, why would you say no? Tattooed Tartan, thank you very much for tier 1 for 3 months.
I'm fine. Where's the local PD? That's my question for the press.
Where's the local PD? There we go.
So what's your point? Yep. They were here and they shot him.
Vigil goers has mostly solved this. MPD took a few dozen feet back. Alex Petty Vigil. Petty Vigil. Yeah, so I guess they did only, like, look, if cops wanted to be there and wanted to defend ICE, they'd be there defending ICE. That to me, that tells me some shit. Jesus Christ. 10th grader Arnoldo Bazan and his father were getting McDonald's for school when the car was pulled over by unmarked vehicles. Immigration's officers started banging on their windows. As Arnoldo's undocumented father, Arnulfo Bazan Carrillo, drove off, the terrified teenager began filming on his phone. The video shows the agents repeatedly ramming the car during a slow chase through the city. One agent put the kid in a chokehold while another pressed a knee into his father's neck. I was going to school, the boy pleaded. He said later that when he told the agent he was a citizen and a minor, the agent did it stop. I started screaming with everything I had because I couldn't even breathe. I felt like I was going to pass out and die. DHS McLaughlin accused his dad of ramming his car into federal law enforcement, but he was never charged. Videos do not support this claim. Everything they tell you has to be treated as a lie. That's the other thing. Everything they tell you has to be treated as a lie. And that's the most frustrating part of this, honestly. Is that we have an apparatus that, like, we are at a time where more than ever the government cannot be trusted to literally tell you the truth of what is happening. And that unaccountability, here's the problem with anybody who opposes completely defunding, stripping, and destroying ICE as an organization, as a government body, is that this unaccountability is now baked into this system. And I would argue that that extends as well to the FBI, the DOJ, certainly, the CIA. All of this shit needs to be stripped to the bone before it is able to be productively used in any capacity. Thank you very much, Violet F, for 500 bits. I think I need a break from all this stuff, mental health and all that. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. I hope you do too. Take care of yourself. Go watch a movie you enjoy. McLaughlin also said the younger Bazan elbowed an officer in the face as he was detained, which the teen denies. I don't care. I don't care. Again, I don't fucking care if a teenager hits you in the face. You're supposed to be the fucking adult. Experts who reviewed video of the arrests could make no sense of the actions. Quote, why are you in the middle of a store trying to grab somebody? Your arm underneath the neck like a choking motion? No. The knee on the neck? Absolutely not. Unfucking believable. Fucking... Couple's 1-year-old daughter began crying. Agents surrounded the car looking in through open doors. According to the footage, an agent told Zapata Rivera that if his wife wouldn't come out, they would have to arrest him too, and their daughter would be sent into the foster system. The agent recounted the conversation with a local cop. Quote, technically, I can arrest both of you, he said. If you no longer have a child because the child is now in state custody, you're both going to be arrested. Do you want to give your child to the state? After more than an hour, agents held down Zapata Rivera's arms. One, who Rivera's lawyer said wore a baseball cap reading Neki effugiat, Latin for so that none will escape, pressed his thumb into the arteries on Zapata Rivera's neck. The young man then appeared to pass out as bystanders screamed. The technique is known as a carotid restraint. The two carotid arteries carry 70% of the brain's blood flow. Block them and a person can quickly lose consciousness. The tactic causes strokes, seizures, brain damage, and death. We aren't even halfway through this article. In Los Angeles in June, masked officers from ICE, Border Patrol, and other federal agencies pepper sprayed and then tackled another citizen, Luis Hippolito, As Hippolito struggled to get away, one of the agents put him in a chokehold. Another pointed tasers at bystanders filming. Like, what the fuck? None of these fuckers know what they're doing. Like, none of them are trained to be able to restrain anybody. It is so clear that they go into every situation half-cocked. Every video I see of these knuckle-dragging Neanderthals taking somebody down, they might as well be fucking swinging a giant cartoon club for all the training and tact that they use. Jesus fuck. They're just thugs. They're just thugs. Look, what is this asshole doing back here? Why are you grabbing his fucking leg, dipshit? It's like, oh, no, I'll grab this. Like, he was going to grab this dude's leg. He's just like, yo, I'll just grab it. God, they're... When asked about the case, McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson, said that he was arrested for assault. Of course they fucking did. Officers kneels on the neck of a nurse, an activist, Amanda Trebach, a U.S. citizen, during an arrest in Los Angeles. So this is where it comes back to all of these fuckers who join ICE, who think they're so fucking rad, cool, awesome, based, epic, lay troll, let the memes flow, these asshole dipshits who are probably in their little... You remember the secret Republican group that came out last year? And they were just a bunch of like 30 and 40-year-olds talking about how based and late epic Hitler was and all that shit. That's what these fuckers are doing. They probably share around these memes with George Floyd and think they're so fucking rad. Oh, we're going to get those lefties. And then a woman or a feminine person steps out of line and they think, oh, we're going to teach her what for. And they go home and they fucking high-five each other and get sent to another, like there's no accountability for them, and they get sent to another field office and they just do it to somebody else. Video from LA shows a Colombian-born TikToker who often filmed ICE apparently passed out after officers pulled her from a Tesla and knelt on her neck. Another video shows a DoorDash driver in Portland, Oregon screaming for air as 4 officers pin him in the street. No puedo respirar. I can't breathe. And then estoy muriendo. I'm dying. A third video from Chicago shows an agent straddling a citizen and repeatedly pressing his face in the asphalt. Onlookers yell the man can't breathe. If you fucking outnumber them, you have a civic duty to perform.
Get out of our city!
At the light, turn left onto Northeast MLK Jr. Boulevard.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay, no,
you're in the middle of the street.
Back up.
You want me to back up?
4 men. It takes 4 men to restrain 1 person. What? Or is every single immigrant on Peruvian marching powder? Are they giving them the shit that Bane had? What the fuck does it take 4 men to hold down 1 person and restrain them? Put them in fucking handcuffs, dude. Like, again, our standards for law enforcement in America are stultifyingly low, as it is. But yet, somehow, Police officers can manage to apprehend a suspect and most of the time relatively get them into the back of a car unscathed. But the point isn't actually apprehending. The point is cruelty. The point is giving an outlet to all of these mouth-breathing troglodytes who can barely read and barely tie their shoelaces so they can go enact Stephen Miller's grand vision of this racist fuck-ass utopia. Like, so everywhere can look like a strip mall, apparently. J. Kong 5688, thank you for $2. It's time like this. I wish hell was real. Me too. If it's real, though, they'll find out. They'll find out. This is another thing on Mother Jones. This was just from a couple days ago. Yeah, Starface. What I've learned with all this going on is that citizens are being held to a higher standard than law enforcement and federal agents. Look, I don't know if you're American or not, but this is when we talked about it. I believe it was the day of Nicole Good's shooting. We talked about how, yeah, that's about the size of it, but it's also something that people of color, communities of color in America, particularly Black and African American and Black passing people in communities of color, have known about this. They know. They have known forever that there is no amount of being one of the good ones, no amount of being a law-abiding citizen that will save you from the sociopaths that we give guns and the power over life and death to. Yeah, this has been the lived reality through their whole lives. Also, here's the other thing that I think people really don't understand. Dragon Cat Overload brings up a good point. You've seen an ICE agent kill somebody, wouldn't you be freaking out? Yes. When you are in... How do I put this? Because the problem with the people ICE are abducting is the problem with the ICE officers themselves. Where they are... check the research. Okay, I will, Johnny Viral. Sorry. Aw, thank you very much. Let's fucking go. All right, I'm gonna see if I can. I can't do that real quick. I will get to some of those. Thank you very much, Johnny Volver, for posting those. I will get to some of those. I got to figure out a way to put the links in stream. What was I saying? Oh yeah, you're American. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you're from LA, you know this. I don't need to explain that shit to you. It is okay. What I was saying was the same problem with protesters is the same problem with ICE, and that is that none of them. And here's the discrepancy, right? These are people who are not used to high intensity conflict situations. Very few people are. Very few people have been in or regularly go through with an amount of regularity that they will become accustomed or acclimated to the idea of like being pulled over by a cop, let alone being assaulted and assailed for reasons beyond their control. Like, when you have multiple heavily armed people just come up and assault the shit out of you, and you know that at any point they could kill you and nothing would happen, you go into a fight or flight mode because most people do not wake up thinking, oh, today's the day I might be fucking abducted. Today's the day I might be randomly killed by an agent of the state. Most people go through their lives going day to day, dropping off their kids at school. Like every story we hear about people being abducted and having the shit beaten out of them, they're on their way to a fucking grocery store. They're on their way back from church. They're going about their daily life. They're having a completely normal day. Like you or I are having right now. where they had plans to go to later. They're on their way from one thing to another. They've got their kids, their significant other, their wife. So I want you to think, if you were just, hey, you know what, let's grab some Wendy's on the way home. I don't really want to cook tonight. Hey, did you finish your homework? And then the next second, you have people unaccountably yelling in your face, breaking your car window, threatening you, the lives of your family, your children, your wife. And you know, at any moment, it could all be fucking over through no fault of your own. Wouldn't you freak the fuck out? And the difference is, the discrepancy, the disparity there is that we somehow don't expect random civilians to freak out. And yet, the people with the guns, the backup, the military equipment, the heavy artillery, the billions of dollars in funding, who have no real training, who very clearly, as we just saw with Alex Preddy, where a gun accidentally went off and they filled him full of 9 fucking holes, very clearly are not even remotely used to high-intensity situations. And we give them guns, and then they go and create these situations. Yet we will make, and I say the royal we, I say we meaning the American subconscious, we meaning currently the personification of that, exemplified by the Trump administration, by the DHS, by Kristi Noem, by Stephen Miller. These soulless husks, these ghouls, who will then tell you that the officer who panicked, had no training, has power over life and death, and inserted themselves into a situation, well, they were justified in murdering this other person. And this other person, who was going about their day, who did not think that they were going to die today, who wasn't doing anything wrong, they were the ones who we put all of the fucking onus on. It is on them for reacting the way they did. Well, they shouldn't have resisted. They shouldn't have. And you know what? It's fucking easy for people. And this is the shit that pisses me off about assholes like Asmongold. It's easy for you to sit in your fucking chair and not go outside every day and say to other people, hey, you should just not resist. Because you've never been put in that position. But I guarantee if you ever were, you'd panic the same way, because most people will. Sorry, I got off topic. So this is from a couple days ago. During the second Trump admin, the population of migrants held at U.S. immigration's facilities has exploded from below 40,000 in January of last year to over 73,000 today. It's almost fucking doubling. Under law, they're required to provide necessary medical care, but would you believe it? They fucking aren't. Asma is just championing at the bit to submit to Daddy State, I guess. Oh boy, is he. Dreaming of Kanath, thank you for $5. I'm worried that ICE retreating Americans will lose object permanence. Their righteousness, anger will evaporate and act like it's back to normal. No, I think we're too far past that, and too quickly. Additionally, here's the thing, is that that's what happened with the first Trump admin. Is how many times did we fucking hear constantly over and over that, oh, what he's doing is unprecedented. Oh, this is wild. Can you believe? Did you hear what Trump said? And Democrats would, performatively put on their little dance, and eventually everything went the way it went. But it is escalated to such a point that there is no alternative. And that's the thing I think a lot of people are very trepidatious and very fearful of right now, is that we are staring down the barrel of either the Trump way or not the Trump way. There's not a middle road, because we know that the liberal alternative of trying to reach back across the aisle, and I know that you ICE officers don't really want to do this, and please, Mr. Trump, turn down the temperature. It's not going to work. It's never worked. It never will work. And so we need to either reform the people that we've elected, push them out, primary them, and in the ashes of whatever MAGA becomes, establish a place that this shit will not happen again in our fucking lifetimes. Or that's all, folks. I do want to see... the mod did. Ha! The Atlantic. What a great fucking way to do that. All right, I'm gonna do... Yeah, awesome, Stella. You and me on the same. Let's go to... Let's turn on a little bit of music. The Border Patrol chief has been ousted from his role as commander-at-large and will return to El Centro. This little midget lesbian fuck, I hate him. Sorry, I know I shouldn't use that word. That's my bad. That's heightest of me. That's fucked up. I just like gremlin. You know what? I'll call him a gremlin because that's what he is. I see him, and look, I don't have anything against short kinks. I don't have anything against short people at all. I appreciate and I love you. But there's something when they're evil like this that I want to put them in a microwave like that one scene in Gremlins. And that's what I think of. But elf, too dignified. Dwarf, too dignified. Here's the thing. Tattooed tartan, goblin, also too dignified. Also too dignified to me. Ghoul's getting closer. Ghoul's there. Sanguine witch using lesbian as an insult. That's mostly a joke. I mean, it's entirely a joke. What would I have? I don't have a problem with lesbians. I love lesbians. It is more that when you see him, again, not an original joke by any stretch. A lot of people have noted that he just looks like an angry granola lesbian. Yeah. Olive Bites, I'm a nice goblin. See? A lot of nice goblins. Yeah, this is the fucko who had the stupid coat. That, again, everybody, they were fucking court. I wish court. No, I mean coat. Did I see somebody's plot to murder somebody? Oh. Found not guilty. Based. Imp. No, because I love imps. I love imps. Imps are good for me. Imps are my buddies. There's more to Bovino's coat than you think. Yeah, so if you don't remember the coat, this shit, where it's like... I've never seen somebody who thinks they have that shit on, but can't wear it more than him. Oh, I thought that was a Nazi picture. Holy shit. I thought that was just... Oh, that's just... Half-bait diet homunculus. See, you got it. Snotling. Snotling's good. Ooh. Here's the thing. I know Nurgle is a thing, but I don't like saying Nurgling. Like, that's... I don't know. It's... Deckard Dane, thank you for $20. As a short lesbian, calling him that got me to fucking wheeze laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Darkan, thank you for 100. Gonna head off, but wanted to mention something I saw to be careful of. Symbolic complicity, because small victories that defuse movements by giving them nothing burger wins. One of the most important things to keep, thankfully, I think a lot of people are waking up to the uselessness and the kind of complicity through uselessness that we see from the liberal classes, from people who, you know, they want to come together and protest peacefully and do all this stuff, even as people are being shot and killed in the street. It's just, I hope as well. Symbolic complicity is a great way to put it. Ekachu, thank you for $9. Sorry, I feel like I'm on one with my feelings. How should we respond to liberals who still don't get it and would rather ignore and brush off? See, that's a hard one. Because like, I feel like the only way you can really reach people is through exposure. The only way you can really show people, like, no, this is how bad it fucking is by sending them videos, by showing them, hey, no, this is what's actually happening. But at the same time, and this has been confirmed by, well, not confirmed, it's I don't want to, you know, talk on my own biases, but it has been very eye-opening again to see so many people. After the Destiny piece came out, I had a shit ton of people come out and call me a tanky, which is very funny, because then I had a bunch of tankies. Well, yeah, no, I'll call them tankies. The fucking commie kitties that love to run around in Bad Empanadas orbit were accusing me of being a Zionist again, which I am neither of those things. And I feel like one of those things, well, both of those things, just underline how people just use shorthand to say, oh, I don't like you, or, you know, all that shit. No, exactly. Official pumpkin patch. Tanky is a word that's going up on the shelf until people figure out how to use it. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's 100% a thing that I'm like, you don't know what that means. Don't speak on me like that. You just don't know what that means. You know, it's like, I don't even know how to react to it, because I'm not a Marxist-Leninist. I'm not a fucking Maoist. I have spoken against a lot of the shit that other people will kind of hand wave away. IDK what a tanky even means. Tankies are generally like anti-Western. Well, not even. Tankies are particularly militant communists, and they come usually in like Maoist-Leninists or Marxist-Leninists, where it is usually the most extreme and often authoritarian measures are the ones that they are behind. The problem I have, and here's the thing, is that, yeah, no, and also not every tanky is a bad person, but also it's a kind of a broad term where there are people who be like, oh no, I'm not a fan of Trotsky, I'm not a fan of this guy, but this guy had the right thing in this thing. And the problem I have with so many like schools of thought and theory in general is not that you shouldn't learn from it and shouldn't study it, because you should. Like, that's how we come to a synthesis of ideas, is by learning about each other's ideas. But I think the problem is, yeah, they're authoritarian apologists is a good way to put it. The problem is that I think so many of the frameworks, and granted, there have been, 100 years plus of political thought and philosophy and psychology that people have iterated and illuminated on a lot of the original ideas of people like Lenin and Mao and Marx and, all this stuff. But to me, so much of the worldview and the things that were enacted in those regimes were of a different time and place that the world we live in now is so detached from. We are not even remotely close to the world of the Russian Revolution, to the world of Maoist China. Like, there are a lot of things that you can call corollaries. You can say, okay, there are parallels here, but you could do that with America and Nazi Germany. I would say Nazi Germany a little bit more, even though, again, economically, very different thing. Socioeconomically, sociologically, very different thing. So the idea of like mapping, it's why not just because of the authoritarianism of it, but it's why I hesitate to be like, yes, no, you need to do this, is that because whatever comes next is going to have to be new. Like, it's not We aren't going to just magically have the answer by being like, ah, yes, this guy had it 100 years ago in an entirely different world, in an entirely different country, in an entirely different culture. And it's like, I don't know. But, and again, that's not to say that the theory isn't useful, because it very much is. Imperial Russia was basically still feudal, not even capitalist. Yeah! Like, the czars and the fucking, I was about to say Raskolnikov, which is not it at all. Fuck, the Romanovs, Jesus Christ. Jake GB, thank you for $2 as a Leninist. I don't see how you're a Zionist. It was because I, mostly because actually I interviewed Jewish people and asked for Jewish people to talk about anti-Semitism and go over my script. And also, I did not take money, but I did a ad 2 years ago. Was it it was 2024. I did an ad at the front of a movie review that was from MyHeritage, which apparently was owned by an Israeli site, or is owned by Israel. I did not know this. It was one of the first ads I had done, and I ended up taking the video down and also never got paid for the ad. Because people told me once the video went up, and the way that some ads do, because not all of them are like this, but they want you to reach a minimum threshold of views before they pay you. So it's kind of a thing where it's like, okay, publish your thing. If it gets within this time, report back. We'll look at analytics, then we'll pay you out. And once I was told about that, I just never asked to be paid out because I didn't fucking want it. Great Hakeem vid on what are tankies. Second Thought and Ugobnik are all really cool socialist communicators that have a podcast. Oh, I didn't know that. I will have to check that out. Yeah, Chuck Grape, that's actually a really good way to put it, because I think that's where a lot of the conflict comes with. Tankies tend to be anti-liberal to the point it conflicts with individual freedoms and democracy. And I think that's why, like, Destiny's fan base, their weird go-to is calling people tankies, even though it's like, I'm further to the left than you. That doesn't make me a fucking tanky. Ugh. Bobbin for Giblets. Giblets, thank you very much for, that's a cute name. Thank you very much for following. What was sound resistance? Yeah, and I think, like, exactly, Terran Ambassador, tankies worship, well, and there are people who worship Mao. Worship is a strong term, but, like, that's not fucking me, dude. Oh yeah, there we go. Ethan the Lycan. A few years ago I would have said I was a left-leaning libertarian, then I realized that the label ever existed, died out long ago. And that's the problem that, as Awesome Stella is saying, is that, like, so many of these terms, both tanky, liberal, Democrat, centrist, they're incredibly nebulous. Incredibly nebulous. I still have some stuff I want to go through. Oh, I did get, Mason Galliath, I did get bombarded by his community. I just didn't engage. Well, I didn't engage mostly, because some pedantic asshole will be like, actually, you responded on stream, or you said, you responded to one of my tweets, so actually you did engage. Owned. It's just fucking, they're so pedantic. Like, okay, here's literally, also, one thing I didn't do in the Destiny piece, I cut a part pretty late, like I had recorded talking about it, his bizarre, unyielding obsession with Hassan. What I completely, like, I figured it would peep through a little bit in his audience. Dude, there is nobody more obsessed with Hassan than Destiny and his fans. Like, from the moment I've never dropped a video on one person and then somehow a bunch of people made it about somebody who was barely in the fucking video. Like, I've been called a Hassan orbiter, Hassan bootlicker. I unironically or uncritically believe everything Hassan says. There was one person who I was like, I don't watch Hassan. I responded to them. I'm like, I don't watch Hassan. I've barely interacted with Hassan. I was on stream with him one time because we were both in LA, and it's all like, yeah, here I am going to be 15 feet away from one of the biggest streamers in the world. I'm not going to say hi while I'm in fucking LA and I just got tear gassed. Why not? And the dude went through, and I don't even know how they fucking found the footage or the like labels from when I was briefly in Hassan's chat when Viv mentioned me, and they were like, yeah, actually, you were here. And it's like, yeah, again, my name popped up. Somebody said, hey, Viv is talking about you. I'm going to go say hi. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Huh? Have you had any time to watch his live stream in Minnesota? Not yet. I've seen some of the stuff. I've been mostly keeping up with Minnesota through, some of the other people who are there. God, who's the everybody thought he was a fucking lib, but he's been based as fuck out on the streets there. I want to say it's not Ken Klippenstein. I know it's not Ken Klippenstein. It's Will Stancil. Will Stancil. I've been watching a lot of Will Stancil stuff. And then Viv, Mason Galioth, Vivian Wilson. It's funny because I'm like, Vivian Wilson, not that Vivian, no, that Vivian Wilson, but the model. Maybe actually maybe you've heard of her. Yeah. You mayhaps have heard of her from her work in one of Damage's music videos. DAC domain. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like, people wanted to be like, oh, this wasn't meant to be Nazi coded. Kiss my ass. Miss me with this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? DAC domain was the best. I have, so I need to make my new channel trailer, but Adderall Lynn, have you watched my video, the interview I did with Damage? I need to find more people to interview. I really enjoyed the interview I did with the creator of Don't Stop Girly Pop. That video should be out soon. Guys, see the discourse surrounding BBNO with Viv and Brandon? I did not. Oh, thank you. Dome Master, thank you. Just found your channel today. I really enjoy your takes. Thanks for the great content. Thank you. You feeling okay? Yeah. I'm feeling good. I'm a little tired. I think. Is my I don't know. Like I said, it's a weird, I'm in a weird headspace because I was going into like a very creative writing place. I did Ultra Government. No, yeah, I didn't do a video on Girly Pop, but I did a video interviewing the developer. Nope, that one was me. Oh, hell yeah, we're 3K away from 150K subs. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Let me, I want to fucking, I don't know if it, because he's not being like laid off, so he's been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at Large. Expected to retire. Fuck off. Of course he's going to retire soon. 2 people with knowledge of the change. Sudden demotion is the clearest sign yet. Trump administration is reconsidering its most aggressive tactics after killing Saturday of 37-year-old. Here's... And the... Do I get a plaque? No, I got a plaque at 100. I think you get a plaque... I think the next plaque is 250. Is that it? Does it go 1, 250, 500, a million? Because I have my 100,000 one behind me by Raiden and my Game Boy. Yeah, I have a bunch of glitter on my face today. Do you know you uploaded the video, right? Yeah, I'm telling people I uploaded the video. I know I uploaded the video. Pow Pow, thank you very much for rating with a party of 6. T Grim and Carlita Latina, thank you for following. Raiden. Bovino. Because here's the thing. Trump already gets so butthurt over being seen as not authoritative, over being seen as weak or backing down, but he keeps, like, because he keeps doing the stupidest shit ever, and especially economically, he keeps having to back the fuck down. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. I saw Bondi sent an ultimatum to the Minnesota government saying they'll withdraw ICE. Yeah, I did see that. They were like, well, so Nehemia, it wasn't just personal info. It was voting record access. Like, it was voting shit that they wanted to keep tabs on. So what that tells me is that Trump is trying to finagle, okay, yeah, we'll get out of the city. I'll stop terrorizing and murdering citizens if you hand over total control to make sure that this isn't a blue state anymore. Like, that's what I reading the tea leaves, that's to me what I read into that. And that could be completely wrong. Hey, use. Where you, oh. Yeah. You adore me?
Adore you. Love you.
I adore you. I love you. Have a good day. Earlier today, President Trump appeared to signal in a series of social media posts a tactic shift in the admin's mass deportation campaign. Trump wrote that he spoke with Governor Tim Walz, whom the White House has blamed for inciting violence. Like, it's one thing after another, but the idea of fucking Minnesota nice Tim Walz, the dude who can't even fucking muster a swear word to describe this shit. And they're casting him as this great revolutionary leader. Like they say, oh, inciting violence. Get the fuck out of here. Tom Homan, the human thumb who Trump has designated border czar, will head to Minnesota to assume command. Great. Awesome. So we got the people leader from Mad Max out here. Yep. That's dead on, right? That's pretty dead on. That's pretty dead on. Come on now. Come on, chat. I don't miss. I don't miss. 1-to-1 almost. The inbred orc chieftain. God, I hate that fucker. Thank you, Carl. Homeland Security Secretary Noem and her close advisor Corey Lewandowski, who are Bovino's biggest backers, are also at risk of losing their job. Oh, sorry, I just freaked out my cat. I'm sorry, I just fucking, the idea of what's-her-face losing her job make me very happy. Minnesota's administration has doubled over 5 ways backwards to avoid looking like they're calling for violence, even when it's absolutely the right answer. They have the gall to say that their ineffectual squirming is inciting violence. Yeah. Yeah. Like, Tom Homan seems like an evil alien skinwalker that just picked the name Homan because it was close to human. That's what Tom Homan seems. Okay, I'm not crazy. All right, Carnell, that's my bad. That's my bad. I think I just misspoke on that then. God, what the fuck would Christy know? Like, the thing for the most visible and, I think, you know, in terms of Christy Noem, in terms of Kash Patel, we'll talk about Kash Patel too. The most visible, vocal, profiteering, self-interested among this cabal, let's call them. The thing that is very fun to me is that they won't be able to get jobs. Well, okay. We need to bring about a world in which they will never be able to get jobs. Preferably, people like Christy Noem will rot in prison for the rest of their lives. But until that time, they need to be unemployable. They need to go out and never be able to find peace a day in their life in public. Noem and other Trump officials gave Bovino the commander title and sent him and his masked border agents to Chicago, Charlotte, New Orleans, and Minneapolis. He became a MAGA social media star as he traveled the country with his own film crew and used social media to hit back at Dem politicians and random critics online. See, all of these motherfuckers, you can't even do a job anymore because every job is a fucking influencer. Like, it just comes... You have your own fucking film crew? Are you out of your fucking mind? Scheduling daily press conferences where he defended agents' rough tactics and cast blame on protesters and local officials. Commanders typically avoid engaging in political arguments with elected officials. Comes 2 days after they shot Alex Preddy. Videos of the encounter showed no evidence for his claims. Yeah. For depressed Secretary Caroline Leavitt's statement that Noem has the president's utmost confidence and trust. Doesn't it seems funny how they have, oh no, everything's totally fine until they aren't. Lots of progress is being made, the president wrote. Tom Homan will be meeting with him tomorrow in order to continue this discussion. That discussion, I know it won't be from fucking Jacob Frey, but that discussion needs to go like this. Fuck you, Thumb Wars looking motherfucker. You get fucking Immortan Joe's war rig back from Gastown, dickhead. Okay. So this is another one I want to talk about. In addition to the lack of proper medical care and procedure. 40-year-old Yohendry de Jesus Crespo and his wife, 34-year-old Dariani Lizeth Gonzalez de Crespo, took their daughter to Adventist Health Emergency Department in Southeast Portland. Diana, 7, had a nosebleed that wouldn't stop, and her parents, immigrants from Venezuela with a pending asylum petition, were increasingly worried about her health. They never got to see a doctor. 3 unmarked cars with immigration agents surrounded their car in the ER parking lot, said Anna Lenare, a close family friend whose husband talked with the parents after their arrest. A spokesperson for Adventist Health Portland said the arrest came as a complete surprise to the hospital. Quote, no law enforcement agency contacted us. We did not coordinate with any agency. Heather Peace, the spokesperson, said, Adventist Health Portland is here for our community, open, available, and ready to provide care whenever it's needed most. Patient care remains our priority regardless of circumstances. Agents detained the parents and their daughter, drove them to Immigration Center in Tacoma, then flew them to Texas. Jesus Christ. Tacoma? You abduct people from Portland, drive them like 6-7 hours, and then fly them to Texas. Fucking... Do we know where the kid is? So fucking... You're a regional paper. Why are you blocking off articles on a regional paper? Christ alive. I am so and again, here's the problem with bureaucracy and how that manifests in a liberal order is that the people most responsible for this, the people who are tangibly hurting people right now, what's happening with Bovino is how they're dealt with. They're just moved. They're quietly shuffled away like a fucking pedophile priest. Like that's the order we have right now. And that is additionally why everything needs to be stripped down to the fucking bone to actually get any accountability. Because we cannot just have a system where these people are put on trial. They need to be put on trial and found guilty for the crimes that they are evidenced as having done. And then they need to pay their actual toll and their due diligence to society. Fucking hate that shit. All right. Begrackled. Kash Patel was a public defender. So I talk about it in the video I did on Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth in the wake of the Charlie Kirk killing and how they just obviously sucked up a spotlight. But Kash Patel wasn't a good lawyer. Like, he got hosed down by judges on the regular. The one of the first big cases, the judge was like, what the fuck are you wearing? Why do you look like this? Why aren't you prepared on the case files? When he returned to office last year, Trump called the FBI a corrupt agency in need of overhaul. He had by then been the subject of 3 FBI investigations. Agents examined his 2016 campaigns, blah, blah, blah. We know this. Christopher Wray. To replace Wray, Trump chose Kash Patel, a former public defender and intelligence official who never worked for the FBI and had spun conspiracy theories about the Bureau. Since then, the FBI has undergone a transformation and upended its nonpartisan rules and norms, deeply rattling many of its almost 40,000 employees. Patel has fired agents who worked on the Trump investigation and radically changed the Bureau's mission. More than 20% of the FBI's workforce has been assigned to immigration enforcement, pulling agents and analysts away from investigating public corruption, cybercrime, white-collar crime, drug trafficking, and terrorism. Patel has also been embroiled in controversies over his use of government resources, his temperament, and missteps. We need to... All right. Yeah, we need a woman's tack vest, Patel. Jesus Christ. The FBI is a rule-bound and tight-lipped institution. Bureau policies prohibit active employees from speaking without authorization. Even for former employees, speaking out is a sign of serious alarm. Some of our sources shared their stories anonymously. We corroborated their descriptions with conversations and colleagues, contemporaneous notes, and internal records. So this is an interview of 45 people talking about how dog shit Patel has done. Patel and other FBI leaders in the article declined a request for interviews. In response to a request for comment, Ben Williamson, an FBI spokesman, wrote, "This story is a regurgitation of fake narratives, conjecture, and speculation from anonymous sources who are disconnected from reality. They can whine and peddle falsehoods all they want, but it won't change the fact that the FBI under this administration worked with partners at every level and delivered a historic 2025. Was it historic? What part was historic? White House, blah, blah, blah. All right. On a podcast, Patel had promised to shut down Bureau headquarters on his first day in the post and reopen it as a museum of the deep state. That didn't happen. John Sullivan, former section chief in the intelligence... Jesus, now I'm tripping over my words. What happened, Carnell? I did. The entire agency hates him. What happened? For being too cursed. I assume Congress would see how uniquely unqualified Cash was for the job. Michael Feinberg, former assistant special agent in charge of the field office at Norfolk, Virginia. When Cash was nominated, we all knew in our bones that the Bureau was going to be a very different environment. He regularly referred to us as government gangsters. He was the author of 3 children's books in which he's a self-styled wizard who saves King Donald Trump from the evil forces of the Justice Department. Yeah, man. So there is something to learn in between the lines of how Cash Patel has been, I'll just say, profiteering off of this. Because what this article also goes into is the wild shit. So, for example, there is a yearly meeting of all the heads of the major intelligence agencies between America and Europe, things like MI5, FBI, shit like that. And when told that it was just going to be a meeting in a boardroom, like a fucking meeting you do as a professional, Cash Patel said, well, I don't want to do that. That's boring. Can't we take, like, a ski trip or a helicopter tour or do it at, like, a soccer game? And then by FBI testimony, the entire time he was preoccupied with if his girlfriend could come, what he should wear, what was he going to eat, what was his entertainment going to be. And I think there is so much to mine from the mindset of people like Cash Patel, because when you've seen a lot of people, the kind of gleeful, whinging trolls online who will talk about, they'll share stuff about Rachel Good or Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. And they'll be like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Ooh, more liberals die. Ooh, we have our boots on your neck. We're going to do this. And it's like, this is the height of your ambition, isn't it? Like, you just talked this big-ass game about living in a fantasy, but that's the extent of it. It is entirely superficial. Like, this is not somebody who ever had any genuine designs on reforming or reimagining the Justice Department in any real way, even to serve his own ideological ends. Like, they've done the bare minimum to try and make these things more broadly conservative, more broadly amenable to Trump. But if there is a reason that the ideological fascist capture of America will fail, it is because all of the feckless, loser, tryhard, grognard, online, terminally social media brain dipshits who they put in charge of these agencies had no fucking idea what to do or how to effectively move it. Move forward their agenda. Because their only aspiration was just owning the libs from the beginning. And I think that is like the lesson to learn from Cash Patel. from people like Kash Patel, from people like Kristi Noem, from people like fucking Pete Hegseth. There is no plan. Exactly, Kiwi TV. That's it. I wanted the White House to succeed. For 20 years, I collected information for the president's daily briefing. I listened to Kash Patel on a podcast, and the way he viewed January 6th aligned with FBI rank and file. Agents always thought if you assaulted officers on that day, yes, absolutely, we should investigate and prosecute you. For the rest of them, it was a massive misuse of resources. But then I heard Patel was thinking of a mass purge of leadership and dismissing agents wholesale. The Trump admin decided that until Patel was confirmed, the FBI's acting director would be Rob Kassane, a veteran CTA agent. The acting deputy director would be Brian Driscoll, special agent in charge, blah, 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 blah. Name 2. Okay. I wanna go back to these. They have this laid out like a documentary, and I don't love it. I'm gonna be real. At a Senate confirmation hearing, Patel was asked whether he would fire the FBI agents who worked on the investigations that led to special counsel Jack Smith's prosecution for Trump. Patel responded that, quote, no one will be terminated for case assignments. Later in the hearing, he also promised there would be no retributive actions. So that was a fucking lie. Trump admin officials, including Emil Bove, the acting attorney general, and Trump's former defense attorney, blah, blah, blah. Former assistant director in charge of Washington, D.C. field office. I came back to D.C. to run the office at the end of 2022 when 2 special counsels, Rob Hur and Jack Smith, were appointed to investigate Biden and Trump. Oh. We conducted factual and effective investigations in 2 presidents from 2 political parties. To do that, you need leadership that believes in the nonpartisan independence of the agency. When I was told to retire or be fired, I was frustrated that I couldn't protect my analysis and agents from partisan interference. I wanted to be their shield. I want to get to the actual shit. God damn, this is so long. That's fucking crazy. Quote, defend the homeland was now on your screen when you logged in for work. To me, that sounded like a far-right political slogan, says Michael Bovin, former intelligence analyst. 12 News AZ. Is it on YouTube, do you know? So it's 5:30 p.m. So this was an hour ago.
Police chief there is that ICE has decimated, this is her word, they've decimated local law enforcement's ability to do their jobs because people are losing trust in law enforcement. They don't even want to call 911 because they don't know who's going to come. And so we need to take the power back into our own communities.
Oh yeah, bobbing for giblets. Yeah, that's where I live. And you probably saw me at the Pride event. I mean, it depends on which one it was, but yeah.
Hands for safety. We have police departments that are working tirelessly to solve violent crime. And CBP should go back to the border and focus on the border and border security.
Zips, is that a said they came to multiple Zips locations? Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Oh my god, Lennon Cat knows what to do. Okay, you gotta drop that shit. We've had so much hard shit in the chat today. You've got to. I need it. I need it. Please, please. I need it. I need it. Oh, that's so good for me. Let's fucking go, chat. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I need all of these ridiculous losers at each other's throat. Oh. It's decided to spread the false rumor that I'm a biological man. All right, let me see if that's all right, I'm gonna see if there's a Tucker episode or anything on it, because that would be great for me. All right, chat. So really quick, Hindustan Times, so I know, but far-right political activist Laura Loomer has long criticized conservative podcaster Tucker Carlson over his stance regarding Qatar. So she's basically, this all comes back to her being January 16th. Okay, that was 10 days ago. Let's see if I can just go to Laura's thing. Ice under siege, deadly face. Oh man, we should. No, that sounds boring as shit. I was like, we should watch some of Laura. I'm like, no, I would rather watch fucking paint dry. Oh god, she really does spend her whole fucking life on this shit. What do you think was the last book she read? David Limbaugh, huh? Wow. She's talking about how, like you give a shit, Laura. Muslims are stabbing Christians and pets for being Christian. Laura, you suddenly care if a dog gets stabbed because it's Christian? What the fuck are you talking about? God. Okay, here we go. Larry Loomer. Let's go, chat. Let's go. No, Laura Loomer didn't shoot her own dog. Christy Nome shot her own dog, but like she might as well. I just love that. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. All right, let's go. Alp pouch. I don't. Do you ever see something and it's such a look into the mind, the just the way somebody else sees a world, that not only did they have to go through the work to bring this into existence, but additionally then looked back and said, yeah, this is a correct representation of my worldview and beliefs, and I'm going to show everyone. And it's just like, hey, buddy. Why? Just, why? Oh, no, I know it's AI, but, like, I don't think this is a first draft. I mean, I don't know. It fucking might be. I don't get the fucking, what, the magic carpets and the... It's just bizarre. Thanks, Queen. Okay, here we go. So yeah, this was based in Tucker Carlson. Look, we've talked about Trump kind of losing the juice, as it were, with his insults and being an effective insulter. But that doesn't mean that you got the sauce and you can just make up your own names. Like Catarlson, what the fuck are you talking about? Like you're wondering why somebody else came up with Larry Loomer off of Laura Loomer, and you're rocking Catarlson. Oh, man. Okay. Preserve your career or preserve friendships. Mainstream Hitler revisionism. We cannot allow an alcoholic Jew hater who's become a mouthpiece for state sponsors of Islamic terrorism to hold our party hostage because he has friends. So she is, and she is claiming that she has a like a bombshell to drop, and that was 10 days ago. So I am hoping that the bombshell isn't just something about Qatar. I want some actual blood. You know what I want? I want a reverse transvestigation. I want Laura Loomer to be like, no, actually, Tucker Carlson, you were born a woman. Look at that feminine soft chin. Like, I want them to just be picking and digging at each other's insecurities and tearing each other apart for all this shit. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Denim Chicken 27, you got the right idea. Should have posted a photo of Tucker with a red circle around his feminine jawline and called him Tina Carlson to retaliate. See? That's what's up. That's funny. That's very good for me. I want to go back to the Kash Patel piece for a little bit. We had posters on the wall of the FBI's core values. Someone pulled the diversity poster. They're so fucking childish. Like, that's the thing more than anything. All right, I'll be right back. I need to go probably give Lady some water and give her some food. I can't. You know what? I've got something. This is like my new TV show, chat. I'm locked in on this. Thank you, Nehemia, for $10. By the way, apparently the right is transvestigating Sydney Sweeney. And thank you, Nehemia, for another $5. The last book she read even was a part of something like Animals from A to Z for Children. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the fucking Kash Patel book. I can picture Kash Patel being so proud of his little wizard children's books that he's the kind of cat who would like give them as entirely unrequited and unnecessary gifts. Like, he'll be going to people's baby showers and going to, like, wedding parties and shit and being like, oh, and I signed some copies of my books for you. And people will be like, oh, shit, I didn't know. People are going to be surprised because Kash Patel, they're like, their first thought is probably not, yeah, this guy's an author. This guy probably knows a lot of words and has a lot of ideas. And then he's like, no, I've written 3 books. The president loves them. You'll probably, they're kind of fun for the whole family. And then they fucking pull out these, Dr. Seuss ass fascist knockoffs. I didn't know you could read. Cat, what do you want? I just fed your sister. Your sister's fine. You're fine. I think Coral Pal, I'm surprised Trump hasn't attacked Tucker or JD for clearly getting for the presidency. I think Trump is at least cognizant that he won't be around for the next presidency. Like, honestly, I think he is genuinely, I think he is confronting mortality even as much as his ego does not want to come to terms with that. Magnus Machina 666, I love hanging in the chat. We love having you. Oh, did Savvy write? I have not been getting so many of my friends' newest videos. Like, I didn't know Jesse's video with me was already out. I didn't know Savvy had I need to go fucking, I guess, check out all my friends again and see what I've been missing. Baklava Brat, thank you for following. What was I gonna say about oh yeah, Laura Loomer. I can't wait for the inevitable video of Tucker talking about, well, this supposed, who most people know as Laura Loomer, is actually Larry Loomer to some people. And we have now photographic evidence of her transitioning from a him. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so... The first thing they did was disband our foreign influence task force. Fucking come on, dog. Like, look, I know we got a lot of shit going on right now, but this stuff needs to be making more news. Like, the idea that the first thing they did was dismantle the foreign agency task force. They said we had to pull back on investigations under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which applies to people who may be working at the direction of a foreign government without disclosing it. People I worked with in the counterintelligence program were very upset. Wonder why. Oh, yeah, Mr. Chuck Grape, we watched that on stream. We watched that on stream where the specific cut makes it look like he fucking shot his dog. Sorry, I just made that noise. My Koa took a picture of me with Miss today when I was sleeping. Koa took a picture of me and Miss is laying on my like neck / back, and she's just cuddled up. That made me smile. I guess I was asleep and did not notice the cat just standing on me. That was fun. Michael Feinberg, quote, when we found out that Dan Bongino was going to be deputy director, concern reached a fever pitch. We're going to have two people who, it would not be an exaggeration to say, were conspiracy theorists with very little experience in federal law enforcement, or just law enforcement in general. God damn, I hate these motherfuckers so much. Oh yeah, I need to see. I want, nope. Melena. Nope, it's not that. I don't want Melena, I want Melina. That's so fucking funny. Melania, fuck her name. God. I cannot tell you how many times during the writing of my fucking Destiny script that I mixed up Melania and Melina. I want to see. Melanoma. Lamb Chop is some demonic's pet entity that didn't get enough attention, and they offered D&D eternal, unending beauty if they gave Lamb Chop the popularity it deserves. I like that. That's really cute, actually. What was I forgot what I was just looking at. Oh, yeah, no, the way that they're so, oh, yeah. So before we do that, we need to go into the Brett Ratner canceled? Sure. 6 women accuse filmmaker Brett Ratner of sexual harassment and misconduct. Christ alive. I don't give a fuck about that. In 2017, numerous women in Hollywood came forward with allegations of misconduct. This resulted in his business deals and prospective film projects getting canceled or scrapped. In December 2024, he started production on Melania, a documentary film co-produced by and starring Melania Trump, and scheduled to be released on January 30th by MGM. As of November 25th, a 4th Rush Hour film is in development with him returning to direct. Fucking, did I see Melania? No, I'm seeing it. I think I already have. I have tickets for the earliest showing I could get because, chat, if I went to go fucking see motherfucking Mercy, I forgot the name of that film already. You know I'm going to see. If I caught Matt Walsh's film in theaters, you know I'm going to see it. Yeah, my showing of Melania is Friday at 2:45. Hell yeah. I don't give a fuck about him. He's a rapist and a sex pest. I don't care. That is, like, it is unconscionable that we have. They really are, like, here's the thing. I don't understand. I need to get a, like, is there an actual review? Whatever. Yahoo. Melania Trump reveals full tacky horror of documentary screening. Inside look at the tacky watch party of Melania, which had a private screen. Like, imagine. Okay. The thing about Trump, I've kind of been mulling over as I'm looking at, reviewing and covering other issues. I was thinking about briefly, because I've wanted to do because people have asked me, all right, sorry, I have to back up. Wait, how far are we going back? Way back. All right, give me a second. People have asked me before if I could, like, pie in the sky video essay, if I could take time and just dedicate resources to something, what would they be? And it's a lot of stuff that is looking at very big pieces of media, deconstructing it, and, doing the video essayist thing. One of them I really want to do, and I want to do a couple on TV shows. One of them I really want to do is on the death of our idea, our cultural imprint of the Western, right? And that would be looking at Red Dead Redemption 2, and the TV show Justified, among other kind of like neo-Western examples, No Country for Old Men, stuff like that. Just because I'm kind of fascinated by the death of the optimistic view of American Westernism, Manifest Destiny, as like this heroic aspirational quality. The other one that I've been kind of mulling over is doing a rewatch of The Sopranos, and kind of talking and illuminating how The Sopranos is really like a microcosm of so much of the reactionary American id, and why so many people, like, how to succeed while being a evil dumbass could be the name of The Sopranos. And so many things I look at and I'm like, oh, that's really, this idea started with this fucking thing and this shit ass premiere, because you remember, if you've seen The Sopranos, phenomenal, one of maybe the best TV show ever made. But if you've seen The Sopranos, when Chris ends up making a movie, and it's a dog shit movie, but they hold a premiere because it's like a real movie. That's what this reminds me of. Just like, imagine having to go to the premiere of a Sex Pests video made by a sex pest to honor his former model do-nothing wife, and you have to, like, fucking Tim Apple was here, like, major people had to go here. Cat, what the fuck do you want from me? All right, I'm gonna give her more food. Here you go. Shut up. Get alone. Here. There you go. I love you. Tim Apple himself. No, it is. It's an entourage-ass fucking fake movie. Exactly. It's Prez Rickard. It reminds me of that scene where Tony tells a joke and it goes into slow motion as everyone laughs, and Tony realized nobody thought it was funny. They're laughing because they're either afraid or obligated to. Exactly. Like, that is exactly the... Well, no, because here's the thing. It's not Captus 4. If it was like Triumph of the Will type shit, which I'm sure it will be a propaganda piece and all that shit. But it's not about, like, oh, our valorous, amazing ICE agents. Like, it's not Sound of Freedom. It's somebody who has no accomplishments in her life being lifted up simply because of proximity to wealth and power. Which is just... It's wild to me. Ugh. Can't wait to see it. What the fuck is the name of that? Purr. You skipped most of the cutscenes when you first played Red Dead Redemption 2? That's scary. That's horrible. That, like, what? Huh? Economic prisoner. There's a theory that people's names guide their professions. Nominative determinism is the word you're looking for. A video posted by Melania on Sunday shows the White House's East Room transformed for the Black Tie event, where guests were welcomed by a full military band playing Melania's Waltz, composed for the film by Hollywood composer Tony Neiman. Like, all of this, it's just performative. There's no... It's just celebration for the idea of celebration, and that's what makes it so fucking hollow. That's what makes it so crass and craven and cruel to be watching these parties at Mar-a-Lago where people are dressing up in bizarre furry outfits and stuff. Like, on one hand, it's very Versailles. You know, it's very French Revolution. It's very, can you hear the people sing? On the other hand, it's just like, in service of what? What is this? The election is over. So, like, we don't need the massive push we had 2 years ago where we had, you remember where we had just murderers row of Christian faith films and political films. God, I was eating okay off of those, but having like a 2 to 3 month period where I saw Matt Walsh's movie, God's Not Dead 4, The Firing Squad, Disciples in the Moonlight, Dinesh D'Souza's film, and I think there was one more. That was like 6 in like a 3 month period. And it's just, like that scene from Stanley Kubrick's The Shining where the guy dressed up like a dog. Yeah, it's literally that, actually. Those, I'm pretty sure I saw that exact same dog mask. Like, it's like, oh, you've never seen The Shining. All right. I mean, it's, you know. Yeah, it's so, yeah, the turtle wrap thing recent. Like, they had fucking Vanilla Ice at Mar-a-Lago, and it's just like, why? Like, it's such a boomer-addled version of what opulence and what success is. It's just like, yeah, I've heard this guy's name. Hey, this guy did another thing. It's not like, there's nothing actually, and here's the real problem, I think, with the right-wing conception of art and the prestige around it, is that there is no art for the sake of art. There is no art for the sake of expression or sentimentality or conveying an idea. It is art for prestige. It is art because I know that guy's name. It is, and you know, this, go down the list. It's, oh yeah, no, the art gallery dealer said that this piece of art was cool, so I hung it in my fucking house and spent $500 million on it. And these people will buy these things, and they walk by it every day, and they never think about what that object means to them. It's the fucking, like, it's the thing that gets me anytime you see inside these big Kick or, like, the content houses or streamer mansions where, for Aiden Ross, for Jake Paul, they live in places that are so impersonal and sterile. Like, I want to show, really quick, one of my favorite, my aspiration for a living space. Well, I have 2 aspirations for a living space. One of them is Judy's apartment in Cyberpunk. The other one is Guillermo del Toro's house. Guillermo del Toro's house is stuffed top to bottom with stuff. Books, props, historical artifacts, things from the movies he's made, drawings. It is a, when I see Guillermo del Toro's, where is it? Can I not? Why? No, I want to, why would you? Okay, it's, all right. I'm so mad I didn't get to see the LA Frankenstein exhibit. I was actually, last time, it's weird because last time I was in LA, they had, was it last time? I think it was 2 years ago actually, where because I went to the Academy Museum each time because they have different exhibits. One I went with Mia Moore, and the other one I went with Mia Moore, not Mia Moore, the filmmaker, trans filmmaker Mia Moore, and then the other one I went with my friend Katra before, yeah, I think it was before the premiere of Jesse Gender's movie. But they had the full like workup of his Pinocchio set and the stop motion rigging that they used, and like the process there was fucking fascinating. I love that. I could watch and look through that shit so much. Creative man cave. See, and that's such a that's a 20 LAist, that's such a 2016 ass way to describe it. But like, look at this. Like, this is a house that may be a little bit cramped, but this is a place that feels lived in. It feels designed, and it is overflowing with care and craft and appreciation for art and texture and personality. And guess what? That comes through in his work. Like, it's fucking awesome. Like, I think about Guillermo del Toro's house all the fucking time. I think of just big ass stacks of books and cool shit. I know he's got some Godzillas in there somewhere. Like, it's just books. Okay, so I'm seeing people talk about the Roman Polanski thing with David Lynch, but David Lynch's daughter put out a statement on that. I think it was after his death. Here we go. This was a tough situation and conversation for me with Dad. I found out he signed it after he had done it. When we spoke, I was heartbroken and angry. We had words about it, but he never defended doing it. He said he wished he had talked to me beforehand because as he saw it, he was joining many other artists in trying to help Polanski try to redeem himself. We did not always agree, Dad and I. I can tell you that after our conversation, he regretted signing it. He had done it for the wrong reasons and had ignored the horrible actions of an artist whose work he respected. He was changed in our talk. I explained what his support said about him as a human being, and I didn't think his true self would do that. Again, there's no justifying his signature, but there is explaining it and taking note of his true regret. I understand people having heartbroken reactions to this. I had them myself. I know that ultimately he saw what he had done was wrong. And wait, hang on. And callous for him to do. He saw that far too late, but he did see it. I was very upset about this. I felt my perfect father had done something so out of character it devastated me. Not as a defense, but as an explanation. Fellow artists were supporting Polanski, and Dad wanted to join in on that. When he thought about it properly and clearly, he wished he could take it back. He was very sad to have seen this person he admired as a pedophile. Sometimes our heroes do the wrong thing. I can say with certainty that his remorse was genuine, that he had to admit he wasn't thinking about the crime. Which, like, that fucking sucks. Like, yeah, I'm not going to say it doesn't suck, but I think there is also a... like, there's something extra there. Yeah, back to the Melania. Melania's waltz. Did she share these in black and white, or was it... I'm fucking sorry. The First Lady threw an intimate 70-person screening of Amazon's $75 million documentary? Okay. $75 million is a lot for a fucking movie. Horror movies, like big. Horror movies get made for like 10 to 20, 25, roughly. Like, we'll bet Weapons was 20 million-ish, let's say. 38 million. Okay, that's pretty fucking high. I wonder if that was Josh Brolin. Let's see. Give me another one. Let's do Talk to Me. That's more A24 fare. 4.5 million. Great example. Barbarian, I'm willing to bet was Barbarian might have been more. 4.5 million. Low budget, independent style production. Grossing, and this is a well-known thing. Horror movies, really low costs, are very tight, very focused, usually very few locations, like great returns, why there's so many. I want to look up, so the first Deadpool movie. Not the rest of them, because the rest of them are sure upwards of 200 million. The first Deadpool movie was notable for its low budget for a superhero film. It was very much seen as a risk at the time to make this character that a lot of people didn't think was marketable, a hard R action comedy. Like, it was a weird thing. It was out there. Relatively modest budget of 58 million. And it earned 782. And then now, like, what was the movie I just watched? What's a good Alien? Well, I want something that's like more here. More now. Alien Romulus was 80 million. I mean, like, sci-fi is, you know what? But that's actually a good side by side, considering how big. Oh, Mercy. I bet Mercy was like 15. Like, that couldn't have been that big. I'm gonna be so wrong about this. Get the fuck out. 60 million. Holy shit. Whoo. Sinners is probably also pretty. That's probably, I'd say like 35, 40. Really? 90 million. Really? Damn. Production difficulties increased costs, with Coogler reportedly covering the 20 million from his fees. Damn. That's crazy. That is a lot of fucking money for a R-rated horror movie. That's wild. Prey was 65 mil. Yeah. Well, Twin Tales 100, that was when, like, before Deadpool was like a tested character. Like, you got to think the superhero landscape in 2016 was a little bit different. What was Five Nights at Freddy? God, I'm lowballing a lot of these. Let's say, I want to say, no, because that's Blumhouse. So that's probably like 25, 30. Oh, see, I went too high. Blumhouse is really cheap, though. That's how they make their shit. Is like, Blumhouse's whole thing is tiny budgets, maximum return. Yeah, Get Out was 4.5. Nope is probably a lot more. I bet Nope is probably 15 to 20. Oh, not review. Budget. 68 million. Damn. Us was 20 million. See, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, we're not gonna go through every movie. I think Alien Romulus is a really great comparison to Melania's fucking movie because that's $80 million. Looked great. Looked amazing. Like, say what you want about that movie. Looked good. And that was an entire, like, sci-fi action horror movie. Like, that is all special effects. Godzilla Minus One had a pretty modest budget. Yeah, Godzilla Minus One was like, well, okay, so it's disputed, but $10 million and $15 million, which is bonkers. Yeah, it's technically a documentary, but what the fuck? Like, chat, can I be honest here? I make documentaries for the channel. You've probably seen some of them. I don't think I have a single video I've spent more than like $2,000 making. Well, okay, actually, no, CPAC was probably more in the 3K range. That's 75 million is fucking insane. Paste on boxes next to the popcorn machine. Why? It's so empty. It's so fucking shitty. Is that Erica Kirk next to Tony Robbins? Fuck, man. Nightmare blunt rotation. Nightmare blunt rotation. Like, he's like, haha, check this out. I don't have wrinkles in my forehead. I got them all Botox away. And she's like, haha, check it out. I only got wrinkles in my forehead because all my Botox is in my cheeks. That's crazy. She got paid 40 million. I did know you can watch the original Ju-on on YouTube. I've been watching a couple movies on YouTube lately. What did I watch? I watched something, Pinocchio, 347 or whatever it was. I think that's it. I showed Koa the first two Terminator movies last night. Brett Ratner with Tim Apple. I would, unironically, if I were in that fucking room, like, I know that these are all sycophantic dweebs who are trying to suck up to Trump, but that would be a really hard time to resist. A pedophile says what? Melania poses for the camera in front of a white wall emblazoned with her name. The screening was reportedly the debut viewing of the film for Donald Trump. Before Saturday, only the movie's director, Melania, and a small number of associates had seen it. Imagine that being your job to watch that multiple times. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Check it out. My neck is fully intact. Oh, ridiculous. It would actually be fucking hilarious if the Razzies gave Erica Kirk the, like, worst actress. No, his name isn't Tim Apple. Trump just called him Tim Apple by mistake one time, so I think that's funny. I watched Alita Battle Angel yesterday. That movie whips. I've been thinking about that again for some reason. Cause that movie does fucking whip. I remember seeing that in theaters and being like, fuck, y'all need to get on this Alita Battle Angel joint. I should go back to that. Vera Jr. 01 T2 is the best sci-fi action movie ever made. That's what I'm fucking saying. I've got to watch all 6 Terminator movies. There's a 7th one. I will believe it when I see it. Also, to me, there are only 5. I straight up refuse to... I refuse to acknowledge Terminator Genesis. As far as I'm concerned, that movie's a war crime, and everybody associated with it was buried in the desert. That's why you don't see Matt Smith in anything anymore. Morbius was actually filmed 15 years ago. Ugh. Oh, God. It's so tacky. Barron was also in attendance. Other guests included Queen Rania of Jordan, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Amazon CEO Mike Tyson, Zoom CEO, New York Stock Exchange CEO, AMD CEO, and Erica Kirk. One of these things is not like the other. Okay, Ver Jr., you and I are going to diverge here. I think 3 is eh. I will agree 3 is eh. I like 3 a fair bit. I like Salvation a lot for how different it is and how it, like... I think Salvation's solid. But I'm going to fucking say Dark Fate is the only proper way to end that trilogy. Because I think Dark Fate fucking whips. The attendees have faced intense backlash for showing up at the screening the same day federal agents shot and killed an ICU nurse in Minneapolis. Yeah, no shit. One guest told the reporter attendees were given commemorative black and white popcorn boxes, framed collectible screening tickets, and take-home cookies stamped with the first. What the fuck? What is this gift bag? What the? Why? Red carpet-like photo op. Why? Conservative influencer Link Lauren posted a photo of himself posing with the Trumps at the screening, writing, "Melania is incredible. As a student of history, I've never seen anything like it. It's not a documentary. It's a film that takes you on a cinematic journey." It's not a documentary. It's a film that takes you on a cinematic journey. Yes, Drax's Stormscale, while technically true, that's also a documentary. Oh, God. Who? Why Entertainment is hilarious. Conservative influence Link Lauren gave a rave review of the film, which is widely expected to bomb at the box office. Yeah, no shit. As a student of history, I've heard from many women saying they have no date for the Melania. What women? What women are you talking to who are like, I want to go to the Melania film, but I just don't have a date? Huh? Go by yourself. You will make friends at the theater with those sitting around you. Okay, chat. Okay. Here's my mission for the Melania film. I'm going to go alone. I'm going solo. But I'm going to try and make friends with those sitting around me. And men will love the film too. It's a celebration of our country and an American story. Due to media bias, so many lies have been told about our First Lady. Nobody cares about her. She's the most talked about woman on earth. No, she's not. But there's nothing more powerful than speaking your own truth. When has she said anything of her own? Who the fuck is that? Ellen Von Unworth. It's always good when there's a... Melania slated to get a official red carpet premiere at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts on Thursday. Also a great slight that they fucking... Why is that on my celebrity feed? Why do I need to see that shit? God. It's playing everywhere. It's going to be a wide release. Like, it's not like a tiny thing. Like 75 million Amazon. It's probably going to be on the fucking front page of Amazon now. Ministry of Silly Hats, thank you for following. Let me see. Who's Melania? Trump's wife. Oh, why does it say 40 million production budget? Obviously, you're probably not going to watch it. Of course you're not. Coming days after the killing of Alex Preddy, an authorized vanity project about the current wife of a globally unpopular political leader and directed by a man accused of sexual assault, and whose production and release carried the smell of institutionalized media timidity, seems like just about the least appealing prospect ever. But hey, any excuse for a party, right? That's actually true. Makeshift cinema had to be erected due to the ongoing construction of the White House ballroom. Hollywood Reporter describes as 70 assorted VIPs. Amazon has thrown a $35 million marketing budget at Melania, some of which could be seen at Saturday's screening. If the images from the event are any indication, there should be quite a lot of it left over. The Guardian coming in hot! Guests reportedly left the screening heaving with Melania merch, which included framed Melania screening tickets, black and white cookies, a limited edition of Melania's book, Melania, and... okay. The way this is written, they should have been an underline or however you stylize book, because it sounds like they left with a copy of Melania the person. Melania's book, a copy of Melania, and commemorative black and white Melania popcorn boxes. The full size Melania said, "Please just get me out of here. I do not want to talk." I don't know why I went German with it. Guests reportedly, I already read that. Snacks included black and white M&Ms, black and white covered chocolate pretzels. Yeah, I get there's a theme. Black and white and a central display of white cake pops. Other words, what you would find at a baby shower thrown for someone who happens to suffer from debilitating achromatopsia. Achromatopsia. Why? Yeah, I don't get the... like black and white, like it's supposed to be like a style thing, like for elegance, and I don't fucking know. There's so much that they try to like push her as being this elegant, regal person. She's just like, she might as well be a fucking mannequin for how they treat her. Guests were treated to a full blah blah blah. That's okay. I'm going to read that first so everybody can enjoy the sentence I just read. Another cute fact about the screening is that as they arrived, guests were treated to a full military band playing Melania's Waltz, the central musical theme of the documentary, as written by the film's composer, Tony Neiman. Obviously, the vast majority of us don't know what Melania's Waltz sounds like, but Neiman's IMDb page lists his work as including 8 episodes of Top Chef and 2020's Russian 3D superhero space opera, Cosmoball. So it's probably pretty banging. Oh, yeah. Details remain under wraps. It will be interesting how much further a big event like this will be able to push the monochrome look established by the White House screening. Will there be a black carpet? Will popcorn be black? All right, let's see. Let's get in this.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Don't worry. Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire.
What the fuck did she say? No, it is. Like, the way it's framed and shit is so... This is not how you do a documentary. This is just purely a egotistical puff piece about somebody nobody gives a fuck about. What? Witness?
Beautiful. Together, with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
So it's a documentary about her getting ready to be the first lady again? No, Carnell, I'm good. I'm good with the budget talk. Why? Magnus China. Magnus Magna, thank you for 666. Jesus Christ. Magnus Magna, I feel like my brain is about to start leaking out of my nose. Magnus Magna, thank you for $10. Watching you playing Mech Warrior 5 and listening to Metallica. Please keep being yourself. TT, you're chaotic good. I try. What Metallica are you listening to? I'm just curious about how. Like, how? Yeah, no. Melania wishes her documentary was a Sex and the City style cultural phenomenon, stylish and chic luxury brand all the girlies can enjoy together. It's quite hard to accomplish when you're convinced a quisling media corporation to finance a $40 million ego massage during a tipping point of global insecurity instigated largely by your husband. Again, in reality, you'll probably end up skipping Melania to watch something less depressing like Die My Love or a documentary about asbestos inhalation. Oh, God. God, that's good. God, that's good. Oof. Oof. This Friday, chat. Ooh, the videos are gonna flow. Alrighty, chat. We have reached that time of night. We have less than 400 followers until we reach our goal of 10K. So if you aren't following yet, please go do that. Please check it out. Pretty cool, pretty cool. We're gonna go raid somebody. Go say hi. You may have heard of them. You may like their stuff. Go say hi. Go follow. And I will see y'all later. I completely forgot. I got so tied up in the Melania thing. I completely forgot that I am almost late for a date with my other partner. So I will see you all later. And stay tuned to the channel because we got a lot of other stuff coming. And y'all are going to go raid Connor Eats Pants. Go say hi, go follow, and do all this stuff. NSF Sagan, same YouTube, or same title as this, Dead Domain.